My website crashed again. I give up.
No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan.
Who are you? It's me. You. From the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa. Yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Do you know the Yoast Seo Plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We try to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls, it's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Go for it, Julia.
Welcome back. Our next speaker is Meg Miller, presenting Mocking Up Accessible Designs. Having discovered a love for code at an early age, Meg has worked in tech the majority of her adult life, from startups and game design to large tech companies. Between growing up with a severely disabled sister, having a disabled husband, and struggling with a disability herself, web accessibility is a very personal pursuit for her. She continues to work hard towards ensuring universal access becomes an industry standard. Preferring crickets and visible starry nights to hustle and bustle, Meg resides in a quiet rural community in Southern California. Take it away, Meg.
Welcome to Mocking Up Accessible Designs. Accessibility starts in Photoshop. Today, we're going to be going over designing mockups that convey accessibility. When dealing with a flat image, you will need to rely on yourself more since you won't be able to depend on as many tools as you would during development. Thinking about accessibility from square one will make it that much easier to implement throughout the project. First off, I'm Meg Miller. I've had a love for tech since I was 7 years old and built my first computer with my dad in 1997. Not to brag, but by 12, I was building custom Neopets shop pages. Oh yeah. By 15, classmates were paying me for custom MySpace themes. And by 17, I was working on small website projects. In 2015, I began working with Bet-Hannon business websites, where I'm now the lead developer. A few years ago, we got a client who needed to be a AA accessible website. And at the time, I didn't really know much about accessibility, but as soon as I started to learn, I knew it was important. My late sister was severely mentally and physically disabled. This gave me an understanding throughout my life that resulted in me being very close to many people with disabilities. So for me, accessibility isn't just about compliance or avoiding a lawsuit, but a personal mission that's very personal to me. Now that we all know each other, we can begin. So let's define design, which can mean many different things to many different people. For the sake of this presentation, we're going to define design as the stage before development. Mockups, wireframes, the visual representation of an idea. Generally, mockups are done in a program like Photoshop, XD, or something a bit more sophisticated like Figma, and exported as a flat image or PDF. What we'll be talking about today are ways to make sure that that flat image still conveys accessibility when you don't have as many tools at your fingertips. While universal design and accessible design are often used interchangeably, they actually mean different things. Universal design is accessible to all people, regardless of age, disability, or other factors like ideal circumstances. Examples of universal design are responsiveness, which doesn't depend on a person using, your site from a computer. Speed optimize, which takes those into account who may not have an ideal network, like those of us living in the country. And ensuring your site doesn't depend on specific hardware or software. For example, mouse-only parallax scrolling would be an example of a design feature that depended on somebody using a specific piece of hardware. Accessible designs are specifically optimized to consider those with disabilities. That includes ARIA and screen reader text, captions, and taking things like color contrast and font families into consideration. We'll be focusing on both of these design concepts as they often play hand in hand with each other. For example, while captions benefit a user who may be hearing impaired, they also benefit users who are in public and forgot their headphones. We will touch on some code aspects because I'm sure, like me, many of you actually develop your own designs. And if you don't, I highly encourage all designers to at least grasp a rudimentary level of HTML and CSS. I feel like it helps you structure your designs better if you have an idea of how they're going to be implemented. Most of us have a planning regimen of some sort, whether it's a spreadsheet, a wireframe, or just some scribbled notes on a sheet of paper. However you plan, it comes down to the roadmap. Every website should be a cohesive journey, and it starts with designers to ensure that journey makes sense. When I say road mapping, I'm talking about the route you're designing, the order of information and how it benefits users, both new and returning. To do this, you have to make sure you ask yourself questions and really try to answer them objectively. Questions like, is your main menu planned out in a way that makes sense? Would users expect to see the child items under the parent items you've assigned to them? Are homepage sections in an order that makes sense? Is a sidebar necessary or is it taking up space? Are important links visible or hidden and pushed to the side? All of these questions and more should be answered. Most importantly, knowing the goal of a website is mandatory. After all, if you don't know where you're going, you won't know how to get there, and neither will your users. Everything on a site should be intentional. And when I say that, I mean a user should be able to understand why you did something. I've seen designers try to fit round features into square clients, and it becomes clear in the end result when users flock to social media, to criticize a website that is no longer user-friendly because of XYZ feature, aspect, or a sitemap that just really doesn't make sense. Designing is fun and satisfying, but at the end of the day, you don't want to focus so much on the UI that you forget about the UX. Road mapping a project is the best way to make sure you're not turning an 8-hour road trip into a 20-hour road trip. Speaking of planning, most designers and developers have a handful of go-to plugins or add-ons they integrate into the projects and plan designs around. Keep in mind, some of these plugins may not be accessible, and it's up to you to ensure what you put on your site is accessible. You should ask around or review support threads to find out if the plugin you're using poses a potential hindrance for your users. I wish I could tell you there's a mass list of popular and accessible plugins out there, but even if there were, it would be about as steady as the stock market. Plugins that are perfectly accessible today will get an update tomorrow that completely breaks keyboard controls, or their new default colors have poor contrast, or they just loaded up a digital confetti cannon with ARIA and shot it at their code. Right now, it's up to the site owner to be vigilant about what plugins their site is using and how they may affect accessibility. Avoid plugins that haven't been updated in a while. These not only pose a security risk, but they likely haven't been integrated with modern accessibility optimizations. Really ask yourself if a plugin is necessary. Sometimes you can really take away from a user's experience by adding a plugin that implements superfluous features. My go-to example of this are like plugins. There's a whole array of plugins out there that create an effect when anyone in the world likes a page you're on. This will shoot an emoji or icon out there and flutter about for a second or two. Not only are these really obnoxious and distracting, many of them don't take mobile into consideration. So you'll be reading an article on your phone, and before you know it, every few seconds, there's a million little heart emojis flying all over the screen and blocking the article. I'm confident for every one person who sees that and says, "That's so cute," there's at least 10 others groaning at the inconvenience, myself included. So really think before you install. Avoid features that could prevent your users from wanting to return or stay on your site longer than necessary. Next up, we'll talk about legibility. After all, the point of someone coming to your site is to read the content, right? Color contrast is one of the most easily avoidable and most well-known accessibility mishaps occurring in web design, and yet it's one of the most recurring problems I come across. It's also one of the most impactful. According to the CDC, about 12 million people in the United States alone have a vision impairment of some sort, and that's just counting the over 40-year-olds. This means making sure your content is as visible as possible should rank among one of your top priorities as a designer. After all, while not many of us may lose a limb or become deaf or lose motor capabilities, most of us will at some point experience vision issues just simply as we age. This means testing your color schemes using one of the many contrast tools available online. I have a link to a mass collection in my resource slide at the end of this presentation. If you have an existing brand color scheme that includes an inaccessible color, you can still use that color. For example, the orange I'm using throughout my slides is not accessible on white. However, since I'm only using it as a decorative and unimportant accent, it won't have a negative impact. Using poor contrast color combinations together as important elements like buttons and links or alerts and warnings, this can cause hurdles for low vision users. In some cases, these hurdles prevent them from using your site at all, if simply navigating it is like tracking invisible ink. The last thing you want is the unspoken subline of your website to be, "Welcome to my site, prepare to squint." I don't know about everyone else, but I love typography. I can easily throw hours of a budget away just trying to pick the perfect font combination for a design. However, even fonts you choose can have a negative impact on your user experience if not taken into consideration. Overly stylized fonts can be very difficult to read for some people with a cognitive disability. Even though assistive technologies exist that can convert a page's fonts into something more readable, the golden rule of accessibility and universal design is not to assume. This means not assuming all users who may struggle to read an overly stylized font is using one of these tools, but set them and yourself up for success independently. A truly accessible website should not, after all, require the aid of any non-essential assistive technology. So when selecting ideal typography, the characteristics you should consider are cleanliness. Is the font you've chosen crisp with little noise or decorative fluff? Legibility. Does a user have to think while digesting each character, making sure they're reading the correct letter? Kerning and tracking. Is there enough space between the letters that they're still distinguishable, or are they just squished together? Alternatively, is there too much space? Uniquely stylized. Some fonts could be perceived as an accessible font until you realize most of their letters have a unique aspect to them that make it unusual. For example, I recently realized one of my favorite fonts, Montserrat, as demonstrated by the sans serif example in the typography column, has a capital G that lacks a tick. This capital G could easily be confused with a capital C. If a font has too many unusual characteristics like this, then it's best to be avoided. People who have a hard enough time as it is distinguishing words and characters, like people with dyslexia, may have an even more difficult time if they can't rely on traditional characteristics. Excessive caps should be avoided, and that may include avoiding font families designed as all caps. Also, when implementing stylistic caps, like for a button or a few headings here and there, CSS should be used, not caps lock. Some users run assistive technology that will disable the site's style sheet. Removing the style sheet will not affect caps implemented in the editor by holding Shift or caps lock. Avoid long strings of italic and fonts designed to be italicized, as these can be difficult for users to read. The letters start blending together and it can make a user go a bit cross-eyed. Now let's talk about font families. Sans serifs are traditionally thought of as the most accessible font family. That being said, keep an eye out. As we previously discussed with Montserrat, any font in any family can have characteristics that could potentially make them inaccessible. Serifs have rudely been accused of being inaccessible, and that isn't true as a blanket statement. Just like with sans serifs, there are plenty of accessible options and plenty of inaccessible options. For example, my sample serif, Playfair Display, is one of my absolute favorite fonts. Unfortunately, it's considered inaccessible due to its flourishes and extremely thin characteristics. Display or fantasy fonts are going to be very difficult to find accessible options for. They tend to be hyper stylized, difficult to read, and have unusual letters or characteristics. That being said, even display fonts do have a handful of accessible options. You just need to keep an eye out for them. And lastly, scripts, cursives, and handwriting fonts. Not only are these script fonts hard to read for those who may have a cognitive disability, but gradually more general audiences will start to struggle. Since about 2010, cursive is no longer a mandatory subject, at least in American schools. Using myself as an example, I started learning cursive in about first grade when I was 6. And that means excessive cursive or script fonts will begin excluding people whose only disability is simply being born after 2004. There are a few handwriting fonts that could be considered accessible, but I would steer clear of heavy cursive or fancy script fonts. And I did misspeak. We do have Monospace Fonts. These are up for debate. Some people consider them inaccessible. Some people consider them accessible because they have dependable spacing. The jury's still out. So use them with caution. Perhaps even just keep them as code blocks. They're generally used as a code block, but you will want to be careful and make sure that the one you're choosing, because just like every one of these other fonts, some of them have characteristics that are accessible, some of them don't. You'll want to make sure your chosen body font is as readable as possible, as it will be the most used font. It's not unusual to see a fancier font used as headings, though I still encourage you to err on the side of caution here. If you absolutely must use a hard to read font, I highly encourage you to implement an accessible JavaScript a font family toggle for your users locally so that they don't have to depend on using their own technologies that they may or may not have. Fonts and clothing companies have a lot in common. Each brand has their own unique size chart. A size medium for one company may be a small for another. When you know a brand runs smaller or larger than your own size, then you adjust accordingly, and the same rules apply with the font you choose. My example fonts in the right column are all 18 points, but clearly there's a huge difference between Poppins and Dongle. In cases like this, you must adjust accordingly. At the end of the day, it's about making sure your users can actually read and enjoy your content, not pass a test. So let's not rely on technical loopholes. Now let's talk about sizing and formatting. Fortunately for accessibility, big is in. Bigger, bolder sites are cropping up all over the place. It should still be kept in mind that the minimum accepted font size on a website is about 16 pixels. To account for site elements that traditionally run smaller than the body font, like captions and metadata, I encourage you to make your body font about 18 to 24 pixels. Your minimum body line height should be about 1.5, and headings should be about 1.3. Sufficient line heights help a reader stay on the correct line. If it's too tight, it's easy for the eye to slip onto the next line and then completely lose your place. For text alignment, your safest bet is the traditional left align. For languages that read left to right, center and right alignment can be difficult for a user to read for extended periods of time because the next line isn't, the start of the next line just isn't consistent. Full justified text should be completely avoided. If you don't know what this is basically what you'll see in a newspaper, and it's to fill out the column. But it creates wide and inconsistent spaces between words that make it easy for users to lose their place, and they can't create formatting dependencies with full aligned text. My last comment regarding legibility, it is not uncommon to come across images of text, whether it's a contextual banner or a hyper-stylized name heading next to a headshot. I've even seen screenshots of reviews from Facebook or Google on product pages. These practices should be completely avoided. Those who do run assistive technologies to convert fonts to something they find more readable can't convert images of text. So avoid including things like that in a mockup unless they're actually intended to be text. At the end of the day, our designs must be functional. And part of a mockup is planning for that functionality and setting developers up for accessibility success. So let's discuss the big picture. After all, it's one thing to make the parts of the whole accessible, but you'll still need to put them all together in a way that's also accessible. The way you present information and make it look affects the way a user will consume that information you're presenting. Subconsciously, the amount of white space you implement tells a user which sections of information are still connected and when they should mentally prepare for a change of subject. Bigger, bolder text generally associated with headings says, hey, look at me, I'm the title of a blog, I'm important. And visually, it should stand out just enough to have that effect. Template consistency is also important. All users become reliant on landmarks, depending on the fact that a link or element of some sort will be in the same place the next time they check for it. These landmarks are especially important for, say, users who are blind who have to go through a few more steps to check for that element rather than just glancing up to that area. Things like main menus and footers should remain consistent across all pages. There are some instances that template inconsistencies are expected, such as a site that runs both a blog and a shop. Generally, you would expect a blog sidebar to be filled with useful information pertaining to the blog, like category and tag filters. However, the shop page sidebar would more appropriately contain product filters and sorting types. If you want, you can even add screen reader notices to templates with alternative sidebar as a heads up. But as far as major landmarks go, it's best to keep them consistent and dependable. At this point, having a responsive design seems like second nature. However, there are still a lot of sites out there that are minimally responsive or even not responsive at all. Recent analytics show that over 50% of web traffic comes from mobile devices, which also includes those requiring assistive technologies built into most standard operating systems now, like VoiceOver for iOS. Accessibility must be considered when mocking up designs for smaller screens. The minimum for focusable elements like buttons should be 40 by 40 pixels. This gives a wide enough margin of error for those who may have a motor disability, something like Parkinson's, tremors, or even somebody who's just cold and shivering a bit. While this isn't useful for mockups, an interesting exercise is to pull your site up on your smartphone and try navigating with the tip of your elbow. I can't for the life of me remember who taught me this, but if you can successfully navigate your site using the tip of your elbow, it's a good indication that users will also be able to with little to no frustration. You also have to make sure the flow of your content is the same across all devices. Just because many users are coming to your site from a mobile device doesn't mean that some users also don't come to your site from another device like a laptop or a tablet. So will they still be able to find everything in the same place? It's not uncommon to come across websites whose flow of information differs from device to device, meaning users essentially have to familiarize themselves with at least two different sites. How does your main menu look on mobile? I've seen mobile menus that extend longer than the page content when expanded, and that is just not necessary. This is also why road mapping is so important. Is your main menu truly an optimized set of pages you want to guide your users to, or are you simply stuffing it with as much content as possible in order to emphasize how much content you have? With trends leaning more towards a streamlined minimalistic menu, you're not doing yourself or your users any favors by overstuffing it. Ads are already obnoxious on desktop devices, but they easily turn into the world's worst game of whack-a-mole on mobile devices. Or they could have different height sizes. I've been reading, articles on my phone only to have an ad completely shift the content, causing me to lose my place. These minor, sometimes major annoyances for me could be a huge hurdle for somebody else. Have you optimized ad placement and activity in a way that benefits your revenue, but doesn't negatively impact user experience any more than necessary? Despite what many ad providers claim, most ads are inaccessible. So you're already working with a double-edged sword. If you run ads on your website, try to keep your users in mind. After all, you won't make any money from those ads if nobody wants to come to your site. Be mindful of complex designs. Dynamic and interactive content like coded graphs and charts and infographics are becoming quite popular. However, these complex designs rarely seem to have been thought out for mobile devices. Very few of these are accessible as it is, often repeating frame blank and hardly offering a supporting text description. On top of all of that, to also exclude mobile experience would really be sinking your own ship. I have confidence in innovation and look forward to seeing more accessible and responsive versions of more complex design features. However, as there just aren't many right now, except for like high chart, I feel compelled to warn you to exercise caution. Finally, let's discuss perception, meaning how you're going to convey accessibility to those looking at a mockup. If you're designing for someone like a client, you're likely going to have to go out of your way to convey accessibility. The fact is, mockups and wireframes, even when done using sophisticated software like Figma or Zeppelin, don't 100% convey what the design will look like on a live site. The rendering process often makes fonts look smaller or lighter. Margins will be adjusted depending on a screen size, and features may be added in build-up. A client may see a mockup using 14-point font sizes and be surprised when it looks a lot larger at 18 pixels on a live site, which is actually a little bit smaller than 14-point. Sometimes it's better to exaggerate or integrate accessible features to be expected so the client isn't surprised. This can help avoid pushback. If you're planning on implementing external link icons, go out of your way to implement an external link icon in the mockup. Make a font a little bit bigger than what you're actually planning on using. If you're going to coach the client to not use click here links, don't include them in the mockup. Even if you know you're going to add screen reader text to some of the more custom buttons. And most of all, be ready to explain exactly why you did something, which is why having an intentional layout, as we talked about earlier, is so important. In conclusion, accessibility is not a hurdle for imagination or innovation, but a reason for it. Don't be afraid of accessibility because you feel like it limits you, because that just isn't the case. It's an excuse to try new and beautiful things and reach an audience you may not have previously. I've attached a few resources, including a long list of color tools that I mentioned earlier. If you click on any one of these links, make sure it's building the most inaccessible site possible video. Manuel built a completely inaccessible website that still gets a 100% on Lighthouse. While many of us do rely on automatic checkers in addition to manual checks, they can be easily fooled, which this video shows. This is why it's so important to start with accessibility from square one, and that's generally the design. Thanks for watching. Again, I'm Meg Miller, lead developer for Hannah Business Websites. I'm most available on Twitter at Code and Whiskey, whiskey with an E. And I'm looking forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Meg. That was wonderful. We've got some questions from our audience. For anyone here viewing, please feel free to submit your questions. And we'll start with one from Jenny McKinnon. Do you have any tips on staying up to date with accessibility standards, especially as plugins become incompatible?
Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, it just takes a lot of reading. It takes some of it is knowing, accessibility at its code base, so you know what to keep an eye out for. Whenever we have a common plugin we use, and it gets a big update, I run through it with the keyboard and screen reader. I dive into the support. I'm not on Facebook, but I know that there's a ton of accessibility WordPress Facebook groups out there that like to give input on that kind of stuff. There's a ton of Slack channels. It's so there's just not one single answer because there's so many possibilities. And accessibility is still gaining traction. So ultimately, it's about even diving into, if you're not sure about accessibility, if you haven't quite gotten the grasp of keyboard checking and stuff like that, what goes into what is needed to be accessible, start on plugin forums. Ask the question: is this accessible? And the plugin author, other people, I've seen a lot of threads where people just start weighing in, like, this is perfectly accessible, or it's kind of accessible but has issues here, don't use this part, stuff like that. So really just asking questions and trying to stay up to date is the best answer for that.
Excellent. Hello, Meg. This is the first time I've talked to you.
Hi, Topher.
We have a question from Amy. What's up with Canva? The site creation options and, quote, responsiveness. Content shrinks, the nav switches to a hamburger.
I don't use Canva. I actually don't. I'm so sorry, Amy. I don't use Canva. Yeah, I've heard of similar issues with similar functionality. I can't weigh in exactly on, I don't even remember the last time I looked at Canva, but I'm not the right person to ask for that. But if you're having issues, I would definitely recommend you'd be surprised how many I've reached out to so many companies and plugin developers and people in general. And actually, a lot of people are thrilled to implement accessibility, but they don't know where to start. So once you reach out to somebody about questionable accessibility features or functions or responsiveness even, so many people are actually willing to help out with that and make those changes. They're just happy to have a jumping off point.
Great, thank you. We have another question from Jenny McKinnon. What would you recommend for plugin and site developers to help shift our minds more towards accessibility?
Well, you know, as I was saying in my presentation, you know, that end goal is so important to know for accessibility. So it's all going to know. It's all going to depend on what your goal of the plugin or the site actually is, and where to start. You know, so if you have a video streaming plugin of some sort, you know, you're probably going to want to start looking at things like optimizing captions and making sure your embed is keyboard accessible. This is the thing about accessibility, is there is no one answer. There are so many really affordable classes out there, and you as a personal developer are going to know what is suited for you, your company, and your interests the best. You could, and once you start, it's definitely a snowball. You know, you start with that first step, and all of a sudden you're going, wait a minute, this now I have a question about this, and then you start branching out, and suddenly you're doing all this stuff accessibly. So if you start looking at a class like a DQ, they and say, you know what, this one, you know, $40 class applies to me, I'm going to take it. And that would be a great start for you in terms of starting that footed and realizing and going, oh, this is important. One of my favorite things is to show somebody what it's like using a screen reader, whether it's me giving an example or showing a video on YouTube of somebody who's blind using a screen reader, and it blows people's minds because it's not that they weren't intentionally avoiding the subject. They just didn't think about it, you know? And so once you actually start thinking about it, that's when your own questions come to mind, and you're going to know how to answer that, whether it's by Googling, taking a course, or even reaching out to all the people in the accessibility community who are just more than happy to give their 2 cents, give their input, and give some help. I hope that.
Awesome. Here's another one from Jenny McKinnon. How do you determine what will help with user experience and what's just filler?
Well, that's a good question. And this is definitely another gray area. The best thing to do really is, even if it's a little feature, go down all the possible roads. The golden rule is not to assume. So many times we can assume something about our content. It's like, if a broader example is, you have no idea how many times I hear, I don't think blind people are our demographic. And that's an assumption that shoots accessibility in the foot because people just don't know. So it's canceling out your own assumptions about how this feature is going to affect people, or how people are going to hear it or perceive it. So assuming everybody is going to find the example in my video, those fluttery like plugins, you know, assuming everybody is going to think it's cute, and convincing yourself of that is a good way to implement more issues due to that assumption. So the best way to, and we're all going to get it wrong. I'm also not to put on any pressure. We're all going to get it a little bit wrong at some point. It's just human nature, and there's no such thing as perfection. So it doesn't matter how many roads we walk down with a feature we're planning on implementing. we're going to get it wrong at some point. So don't put so much pressure on yourself, but just try to really think about all the different types of people who may be coming to your site from different positions and how that feature could affect them positively or negatively, and really outweigh those benefits. And you know, like acrylic nails. At some point they're too long. You can't do the keyboard. That's a filler. That's the best. Like I was thinking of an accessory of some sort, but acrylic nails, at a certain length can be a nice asset, even though they're not necessary and it's just filler. It could be a nice compliment, but at some point, what is too long? So think about those features and at what point do they really become a hindrance to people.
Great. Meg, another question from Jenny McKinnon. What's your favorite font?
Oh, that's so hard. I get so font obsessed. I definitely got on top of that Poppins train. Love Poppins. Ubuntu. And Playfair Display is just such a classy font to me. So it's kind of like a private crush because I know I can't make it public. So I just like look at it from afar. But Monstrat is a classic. I would say right now, yeah. I would probably say right now, I'm very fond of Poppins and Ubuntu. There's another one. There's actually a script font, a handwriting font that I'm fond of, that I also don't use often. It's apple pie something. Oh, I can't remember it, but I get really font obsessed. I can drop hours and hours down a drain looking at the right fonts without even starting a project. Exactly. I think I've talked longer about my favorite fonts as I did the other questions. So I could. This is a runaway freight train right now.
I'd like to extend it a little bit. I don't have favorite fonts. I don't mess around with fonts that much, but I do enjoy cruising font libraries. So I remember when Font Squirrel came out, and now there's Google. And many years ago, 30 years ago, I remember getting the Adobe font book where you could pay $25,000 for a font.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you go? Where do you find your fonts? Where do you like to cruise?
So I tend to stick. I mean, besides, I love browsing design trends, and often that includes, what's this year's hip font pairings. And there's a website that I just recently discovered for font pairings, and now I don't even know if I bookmarked it, but it was really nice. I do like to use Google simply because with them being available for download, if I create if I'm helping a client build a brand from the ground up, and maybe it's a smaller company that can't afford, to pay, $3,000 for their new brand font family, I'll stick with Google because they can go and download it and then use it for their own branding. And so it's just, I do stick with Google a lot because of the versatility of being able to use Google and the licensing and having clients easily download them.
Cool. I don't see any more questions on the list. Julie, do you have anything? Or Meg, do you want to say anything?
No, just a reminder
All
to
right.
everybody watching that a replay will be available.
Yes.
So there's lots
For
of
all
great
of our
resources.
sessions.
Yes,
Yep.
yes, and lots of great resources to revisit through that replay. So thank you so much, Meg.
Yeah,
Yes,
thanks.
thank you very much.
It was fun. I'm always willing to help out with I'm struggling to tweet at the moment. I'm learning Twitter. But if people have questions, I'm happy to answer. Always, because it's about, I know that there's the whole marketing yourself of like, you want my knowledge, you have to pay for it. But for me, since at the end of the day, I want the internet to become accessible. You know,
How
I'm not.
accessible are you?
Yeah, exactly. I want to be. I want to be able to make sure people have that knowledge, because the more people who have it readily at their fingertips, the faster and better the internet is going to become accessible in the long run. So if anybody thinks of any questions, at me, as the kids say, and I'd be happy to help.
Awesome. All right, I'm going to wrap it up here. Our thanks to our sponsors: Bluehost, Cloudways, GoDaddy Pro, Nexus, Yoast, and Weglot. Please be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. You might even win some prizes. Don't forget your photo snapped. Did I say that right? Don't forget to get your photo snapped at the photo booth and tweet it out to the WordFest with the WordFest Live hashtag. Also, thank you to our media partners and our micro sponsors.
And in the community tent in the next hour, Cloudways have their hourly giveaway with special guest activity. Bluehost is switching it up. Grab your Nintendo Switch and meet other gamers in the community. You all make our big orange hearts full.
Do you know the Yoast Seo Plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We try to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls, it's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Oh, great. My website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me. You. From the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa. Yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Howdy, everybody. Our lightning talks are up next. We'll watch them both and then do a Q&A with the presenters.
First up is Joe A. Simpson Jr. with Never Say Never Again. During endless sun-soaked days, Joe A. Simpson Jr. works at Metro LA, one of the largest transit agencies in the world, fighting the good fight to ease gridlock around Los Angeles County. He twilights by actively contributing to the WordPress community as a team rep on the Make Accessibility team, bringing his region's first WordCamp to Santa Clarita, founding 2 WordPress-based meetups, WordPress and Elementor, speaking or volunteering at over 20 plus WordCamps. Joe is a fledgling front-end web developer, user experience designer, accessibility advocate specializing in WordPress solutions, and the host of the Back Down Memory Lane podcast.
Then you'll see Christina Workman with Coloring for Relaxation. Yes, you can. Christina is a website specialist at Web Dev Studios with over 10 years of experience working with WordPress. She's passionate about web accessibility and contributing to the WordPress community. Coloring is one of her favorite ways to relax, as evidenced by her numerous coloring books, pencil crayons, and markers. A self-proclaimed purpleophile, she also enjoys a nice mug of tea while watching British murder mysteries.
This presentation contains some motion that could affect certain viewers. I was laid out flat on a cold hard operating table similar to the one that you see here. As I counted backwards, 100, 99, 98, 97, and as I slowly drifted off, all I could see were their faces. Faces of my son. Faces of my daughter. And just 24 hours earlier, my daughter sat across from me at the kitchen table. That same kitchen table where when she was little, like in those pictures, I would stand her up on the table. We'd see eye to eye. And I'd take a step back. She'd leap into my arms. We'd laugh. I'd set her on the table again. I'd sit her on the table again, step back a little further, and she'd jump even further, and I'd catch her. And we'd laugh and laugh and laugh. But on this occasion, less than 24 hours earlier, I sat across from her to tell her probably the most difficult thing I ever had to say to somebody in my life. Now, she was a senior in high school. She was taking her tests. She was submitting her applications for colleges. She's an artist. She takes after her dad. And she wanted to go to art school, so we were working on her portfolio. We didn't want to distract her. We wanted her to focus on what's next for her. But imagine the difficulty in telling her that tomorrow at this time, there may be a chance that dad may never come home again. It was tough. It was tough. When I came to, the cardiologist told me the news. I didn't have one, but 2 100% blocked arteries. One on each side. One that prevented blood from flowing, being pushed out, and one on the return side. I learned some things along the way. When things were tough, when times were tough, when I didn't have answers, that helped me get through it. I reached out for assistance when I needed it. We're going to talk about that today. I began to hike as part of a regiment to keep my cardio health. I hiked, walked anywhere and everywhere around the city of Santa Clarita 5 minutes before sunrise to maintain and build my cardio health. I found resources like Big Orange Heart, that when things were tough and I needed to talk to someone, I could reach out. I had a circle of friends that I would reach out to. We'll talk about that. Making sure you have someone that's there for you, that can help you get through tough times. We've all had it really tough during the pandemic. And I'll also share with you how the WordPress community helped save me. There are so many incredible people in the WordPress community that were there when I needed them, that answered my questions, that inspired me, that motivated me, that encouraged me to give back. Part of what really healed me emotionally and physically was deciding that at that point, and from that point forward, I would always focus on learning and sharing with others, giving back to a community that had given me so much. I'd learned to never say never again. So I had a plan. Working with the hospital staff, on off days, I would go to the park. There are a number of parks in Southern California. The weather's always great. And I would go to the local park and I would start my journey back by putting one foot in front of the other. In front of the other until I was tired. Rest up and repeat until 2 feet turned into 10 steps, turned into 100 steps, turned into 1 lap around the park, and so on. I set goals for myself. Small goals are incredibly important during the most difficult of times. A lot of times we have lofty goals. We come up with big things that we expect for ourselves or that we want for ourselves. And we're often frustrated when we overdo or overshoot or overextend and run into some roadblocks along the way. I decided that I was going to climb a local hill. At Central Park in Santa Clarita, it was the size of, I believe, a 10-story building to get from the base to the top of the structure, to the top of the hill. And I took it in small chunks. I said if I could do a quarter of the way every couple of months, every 3 months, however long it took, I was going to take it in small chunks until I reached the top. I took a 90-day leave of absence from work to heal and recover. During that time, I discovered an old love. I had learned about WordPress 10 years earlier and learned about the community through participating in automatic open houses. I was able to travel up to Napa for the WordPress VIP intensive workshop. And back then I learned about the WordPress community. I was a graphic designer turned HTML novice that was interested in this thing called WordPress. Our lead developer and CSS goddess both left our company within 1 month of each other. and I inherited a WordPress site. Luckily, we're a government agency and they had budget in place that particular year to send me away to training. I attended those events, and imagine me in a room full of the best developers from automaticians from around the world, WordPress users from around the world, all developer level, all advanced, were in this room, these rooms in Napa. And imagine me, someone that's just learning HTML, being asked to spin up a virtual box. But everyone there helped. No one made me feel bad. No one made fun of me. Everyone encouraged me to do more. So fast forward 10 years, I decided, let me attend my first WordPress meetup. Over the next 3 months, I attended 17 to 20, all over Southern California, miles and miles and miles. And that same attitude, that same warmth, that same inspiration, that same encouragement was there for me, and it made me stronger. And for the first time, I felt overwhelmed. Now, we all, during the pandemic, put on a little weight because we were quarantined for a while. We weren't as active for a while. There was so much uncertainty. In this country, there was civil unrest. There was an election coming up. This country was divided and at each other's throat. So imagine a life-altering, a once-in-a-lifetime event such as a pandemic, heaped on top of that, all these other things that were going on. We were being asked to stay at home. We still haven't returned to the office yet. We're still virtual here in Los Angeles. And so those things started to weigh on me. We decided to do our WordCamps virtually. And that was a different set of stresses. Some of the interpersonal relationships were afraid. And I was questioning things. There was change. And one thing that I want to let you know is that there'll always be change. It's how we deal with it, how we cope with it. These things were all weighing me down. I've consistently been a positive person, but the first time, things all around me were in flux and I couldn't handle it. What really helped me during this time was falling back on the things that had helped me during my recovery. During tough times last year, I leaned heavily on my walks, my hikes up Hillcrest Parkway here in Santa Clarita. I love getting out into the fresh air early in the morning, in the blue hour, that time before sunrise, when there aren't many cars on the road, when there's not much noise. 5 minutes before sunrise, I'd have to be up at the top of the hill. We live on a steep incline, and at the top of the hill, I can see the valley. Find something that helps calm you. That mindfulness that I found each morning when I'd listen to a podcast or listen to a yoga meditation would help me set my mind at ease and prepare me for that day. Find something or someone that you can talk to. There are great services here at Big Orange Heart where you can get someone to help you. My name is Joe Simpson. Thank you. You can find me here, Joe Simpson Jr., on any of these platforms. So for instance, on Gmail, Joe Simpson Jr. at Gmail. You can find me on Instagram, Joe Simpson Jr., Facebook, Twitter, all the social media platforms at Joe Simpson Jr. I run a couple of meetups here in Santa Clarita, and you're welcome. The best thing about the pandemic is that when we went virtual, it opened up our meetups and all of our events to the world's audience. So I encourage you to join us. We're -7 UTC. We have a meetup that's beginner focused, and we bring in speakers, and we try to do a lot of learning. So you're welcome to that. We have a WordCamp Santa Clarita here. Hopefully we'll have one later this fall. I'm really excited about the next stage of my journey. I've joined the Make WordPress Accessible team, and I'm a team rep on that team. I'm hoping to contribute to making WordPress more accessible for everyone. And finally, I'm really excited about being part of the Black Press Initiative. I'm working with some automaticians and raising awareness about WordPress with creators and contributors of Black African descent. My hope is that later this fall or sometime in the near future, we'll have an event on a HBCU or historically Black colleges and university campus. And I encourage you to join us. It's open to all. So again, make sure you enjoy the rest of this event. There's some incredible topics. Reach out, participate in WordPress, give back to WordPress. You're the power that runs WordPress. Help make WordPress work for you and for others by getting involved. Thanks to the team here at WordFest and Big Orange Heart for having me. Have a great day. Take care.
My website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa, yeah.
Welcome to Color. Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Do you know the Yoast Seo Plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We try to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls, it's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Welcome to Coloring for Relaxation. Yes, you can. My name is Christina Workman, and I am a coloring enthusiast. I'm a website specialist at WebDev Studios, and after a full day of working on websites, I like to relax and unwind by coloring. Coloring is a great tool for relaxing and relieving stress. Focusing on one simple thing right in front of you can help you relax your mind and stop intrusive thoughts. Focusing on the present moment instead of past or future also helps put you into a meditative state. The reason I added "yes, you can" to the title of this presentation is that often when I'm talking about coloring as a method of self-care, relaxation, and stress relief, lots of people tell me that they can't color. If you also think that, I'm here to tell you, yes, you can. The biggest obstacle people mention is that they're no good at coloring. I've heard people say, "I'm not an artist. I'm no good at knowing what colors to choose," or "I can't stay in the lines." These are all a matter of mindset. The purpose of coloring for relaxation is simply to color. There's no right or wrong way to do it. You don't have to be perfect, and really, nobody is. The pure act of focusing on your design and moving your chosen coloring stick around the page is what counts. You don't think you're an artist? That's okay. You don't have to share your coloring with anybody if you don't want to. I know I'm not looking for galleries to put my pictures up on their walls. You're not sure what colors to choose? That doesn't really matter either, whether you have random colors or intentionally chosen colors. They all get the job done. And as for those lines, they're just a guide. Some people actually purposely color outside of the lines. So if you're worried about it, just go for it. And if you happen to color outside of the line here and there, I just say, oops, and I carry on. Now, if you think that you're not able to color because you don't have the time or you don't have the space, remember that self-care starts with just 5 minutes a day. If you can start with 5 minutes today and then 5 minutes tomorrow, eventually you can work your way up to 10 minutes, 15 minutes, half an hour, whatever it is you decide. But with coloring, you can also combine it with other activities. I color when I'm waiting on hold on the phone for the cable company to finally take my call, or while I'm watching TV to relax and unwind. I also find it really fun to color with my son, and we use it as quality time bonding. And sometimes I'll have coloring parties with my friends where we'll get together. We'll each color in our favorite coloring book. We'll swap coloring books or swap coloring sticks, markers, pencil crayons, whatever have you, and just chat and have a great night. Now, as for the space, if you prefer to sit at a table, that's great, but you don't have to. My favorite spot for coloring is curled up on my favorite couch, and I just color there. And if you need a hard surface, you can use a lap desk or a clipboard, which can often be found at dollar stores. Speaking of dollar stores, you don't need to spend a lot of money to get started. You can find crayons, markers, pencil crayons, and your coloring books, or just regular paper if you want to draw your own picture first. All of these things you can find and get started at a dollar store for $5 or less, including that clipboard. So all you really need to start coloring are 3 things: something to color on, something to color with, and the willingness to give it a try. I'm assuming you are here now because you have the willingness and you're ready to get coloring. So let's talk about tools and tips. First, what are you actually going to color? I recommend you choose images that interest you. You can search online or looking at your favorite local bookstore. You can find coloring books of landscapes, inspirational quotes, animals. I love sloths, so I've got a coloring book that's all about sloths. You can also find coloring books for different pop culture references, TVs, movies like Downton Abbey, Die Hard, Doctor Who, or actors like Idris Elba and Keanu Reeves. Or you could support one of your favorite charities, like the Big Orange Heart, who also has a coloring book. And one of my favorite things to color is mandalas, which are repetitive patterns. They have no color preconceptions, and they're great for zoning out. And remember, you don't even have to necessarily buy coloring books to get started. There are a lot of free downloads online. Next, you need to figure out what you're going to color with. So I've mentioned color pencils, markers, and even crayons. They're not just for kids, but you could also use non-traditional items like glitter pens, glitter glue, paint, chalk, and I've even seen people use makeup like blush or eyeshadows to use for their coloring. Whichever you choose, I'm going to refer to these as coloring sticks. So now you have your coloring sticks chosen. Which colors are you going to use? You can find inspiration online on sites like Pinterest. There's lots of different color palettes and options available there for you to check out. You could check out an online palette generator like Coolors, which is at coolors.co, COOLORS.co. And that's a really fun tool that you can use for choosing a color palette for your coloring, for your web design, for your interior designing, whatever you want. And it's pretty fun. You can choose a color to start with or not, and you can just hit the space bar to randomly generate colors until you find something you like. If you have a lot of different color options within your tools, say you've got a box of 96 crayons, chances are you have a lot of a particular color. So going monochrome is an option. Take all of the blues out and use those. My favorite way to choose colors is what I call a blind pick. So I'll take, for example, I've got a bunch of markers here in just a Ziploc bag, and I will just randomly shuffle them around, not look at what I'm doing, and I'll pick a color. So here I've got kind of a bluey gray, and I'll pick 2, 3, 4, 5 colors depending on what I'm coloring. Again, I color lots of mandalas. This is a blue, kind of a purpley blue, and I'll just do that a couple of times. Got a bit of a pink, and a red. So, I'll take these colors that I got, and so here's these ones. And lots of times they'll become pretty decent colors all on their own together. They'll go well together. And if not, if I didn't like one, like say I didn't want the red because I found it was clashing with this orangey pinky color, I can just throw that back and pick another color, because again, there's no right or wrong. It's all up to you. And this is just a tool. So I'll do that lots of times. Now that you've got your colors picked out, it's time to put coloring stick to paper. So again, remember, there is no right way to color. Most of the time, I just do simple back and forth straight lines. You can do just one direction straight lines, or you could do swirls and loops and circles to color in. You could do long strokes or short strokes, whatever you prefer. I like to outline the shape that I'm coloring often, so that it helps me kind of stay in the lines a bit better. And so you can see here that orange one. So it just keeps me, when I'm coloring, I don't have to go quite as close to the line to make sure I'm filling it all in if I've done that. And sometimes you may want to color one section of a page first and then move on to another section, or you may decide, if you have a green, that you're going to color everything that's going to be green in first and then choose the next color, and so on and so forth. If it's a mandala, again, using this one as a reference, you'll see I've started in the middle, and I tend to go middle, and I'll do this part, and then I'll do the next part, and then I'll just keep going out until I get to the outside. You could start at the outside and work your way in, or you could even do a section of it, right? Figure out what all of those colors are going to be, and then just replicate it all the way across, however you want. A few more tips. 1, test how your colors are actually going to look and work together. So just because this color here is a pink, a light soft pink by the lid, when I actually color it, it might come out darker or slightly different than what I'm expecting. So it's good to test those out. And so I will just, on a separate piece of paper, I'll just swatch those out. You can kind of see right here. I'll just put them out, and then I can also see how they're going to work together. So that can be really helpful. Also, you can see I've actually put a piece of paper, scrap piece of paper under here, so that my picture doesn't bleed through. And you can see, right, like it would bleed through to the other page, and then that would kind of wreck my possibilities for that page. So putting a blank piece of paper underneath, especially if you're using markers, whether you're using it in a clipboard or on a table, it's always a good idea. I also like to put on the bottom right corner, when I'm finished, the date that I finished it. It just sort of serves like a little journal and a little reminder of what I've done. And I also like to add a color legend. You'll see here how I've got what the colors, like a little color swatch, and then what the name of the color is. These markers happen to have names. Some other markers have, or pencil crayons have numbers on them, so I'll put that. And that can help you if you only get partway through the design, especially if you're starting with 5 minutes a day or whatever. If you have to put your markers or your coloring sticks away, then it's easy to find them again if you've got that legend. And also if, say, a year from now, you're looking through your designs to see what colors you might want to use and you find one, then you can find it again easily in your box of color sticks. And another great tip is don't worry about what colors should be. If you want to put orange skies and purple trees, go for it. There's nothing stopping you. And you could come out with a pretty neat picture in the end and be actually surprised at how great it can look when you try something different. So, to sum up, be willing to give it a try. Take some time to try it out. Second, choose something that you find interesting to color. Use whatever coloring tools you want and color however you want. Most importantly, have fun. Now get coloring. If you'd like to check out my coloring, you can visit christinacolors.home.blog. That's Christina, Christina, colors, COLURS, because I'm a Canadian, .home.blog. You can also find me on Twitter at Amethyst Answers, and that's AMETHYSTANSWERS. And I look forward to seeing what you've colored. My name is Christina Workman, and my favorite color is purple. What's yours?
Hello, everyone. Hello, Christina. Thank you for joining us. We have some questions here. Some for Joe, some for Christina. I do not see Joe, so he's not going to get questions right now. Christina, what are some of your favorite coloring books?
Well, of course, the Big Orange Heart coloring book that just came out has to be top of the list, which is also really great because it's multifunctional. It's not just coloring, but it's also got some inspirational sayings and some other things like that in it. And then, like I mentioned, I really like mandalas, so I will find all kinds of mandala books and grab those. Yeah, those are probably my favorites. And then I also, a friend of mine has also made some coloring books with a wine theme, so I love those ones as well. They're near and dear to my heart. Yeah, there's lots of them.
Thanks, Christina. Do you ever want to frame what you color?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes I'm really pleased with how something came out, and especially if I wasn't thinking it was going to come out very well. I have started collecting all of anything that's loose. I mean, if it's in a book, then it stays there. But if I have loose sheets, because I've downloaded something from the internet or got it from somewhere else, I've got a little portfolio case that I actually save them all in so that they don't get wrecked. I haven't actually framed any yet, but yeah, I might soon.
Do you have any magneted to your fridge?
No, I don't.
Does your mom?
I know. I don't. Well, no, I don't think so. But I do, like I said, I do have a website that I throw them all up on. So I guess that's my way of digitally framing them.
Gotcha.
I figured I may as well do something with this collection that I have so that I can see them every now and then and find them easily if I want to. But another point on some of the coloring books that I like in the dollar store, like they have some amazing finds. I got a coloring book that was 80s retro themed. I got one that was mandalas, and it came with 6 pencil crayons. So it was like a ready to go relaxation kit right there. And they've even had some of those fun themed ones too. So yeah,
Nice.
they're a great resource.
Here's one from Jenny McKinnon. Do you find coloring with certain colors over others helps you feel better? Do some colors calm you down? And I'd sort of like to expand on that a little bit. Can you talk about how color relates to your mood?
Yeah. I think sometimes definitely you can see, especially if you're picking specific colors on purpose intentionally, they can definitely reflect your mood and be more. I mean, I'm always happy to color with something purple. So that's that's a regardless of my mood. But yeah, like sometimes if I'm really down, then it might be a bit of a darker palette. Or if I'm trying to actually actively cheer myself up, I might pick some that are sort of like remind me of a sunny day or something like that. So you can definitely use the color to influence how you're feeling.
Great. And here's a question from Jenny McKinnon. This question's near and dear to my heart. What advice would you give to a perfectionist who has trouble starting as they're afraid that it won't turn out?
Yeah, and that's definitely something that a lot of people have concerns about. And I mean, it's easy enough to just say, don't worry about it. But I know that if you're a perfectionist, I'm a perfectionist with a lot of other things, not my coloring. But really to try to embrace that it doesn't need to be perfect. There is no perfect. Like I mentioned about choosing colors, there's no perfect color combination. And even choosing, I mean, I have done some pictures that have hideous color combinations because I've done the blind pick and just decided to go with it. And I just focus more on the actual coloring than I do what the colors are, or if I go out of the lines. I've done things where, because I do a lot of mandalas, and so it's very pattern oriented, where it's like this leaf and this leaf and this leaf should be this color, and then I accidentally color in the wrong one, especially if I have 2 greens that are really similar or whatever. And if you were to look at my site and try to find the ones where I've done that, you'd have a hard time because you wouldn't be looking for anything to be out of the ordinary. And it's nobody cares, really. Nobody cares is the big thing. Nobody cares but you as the perfectionist. So
there's so many broader life lessons embedded in this practice.
Yeah, there really are, right? And one of the things that I sort of liken it to is, back in school, I used to play clarinet in the concert band. And, one of the things that you learn when you're a musician is if you play a wrong note, you don't stop the whole song and start again or apologize to the crowd. You just keep playing. And chances are they won't have even noticed. And that's kind of the same with your coloring, but even more so because you don't have an audience. It's just you. So yeah, just keep doing it.
Oh, we can't hear Topher.
I'm muted so I could cough. For those who have questions for Joe, we lost his connection and he's trying to get him back, so don't lose hope. So Christina, another question from Jenny. What's your best tip on starting the habit each time you need to calm down?
Yeah, I think one of the things that's really great for that is to start it and to get ready, get your materials and figure out where you're going to do it and what you're going to do before you need to. Because if you're in a moment where you need to calm down and you want to use coloring for it, but you have to go searching for things, that's just going to add to your frustration. So if you have everything ready, then you could just dive right into it, you know, so have like your little space set up. Or I have a little, because I have a lot of coloring books and a lot of coloring sticks, I actually have, it used to be a bin and now it's turned into a 3-tier trolley, but I have sort of my mobile coloring station that is right beside where I usually sit in the living room. And so whatever I need, I'm ready to go. It's all there.
It looks like Christine or Jenny and I had the same question. What's your favorite? Well, she says favorite medium. I'm assuming paper, but my question was about coloring stick.
Yeah.
I really struggle with markers. The squeaking hurts my soul.
So
So then
that's
there's
the really cool
pencils and
thing.
crayons and stuff. What do you
Yeah.
like?
I like both, and it actually will depend a bit on my mood. If I'm looking to sort of finish something quicker, then markers are the way to go because you kind of get that surface area colored in a lot faster. But if I don't mind, or if I want to maybe do some subtle things with like some shading or something like that, then I'll go pencil crayons. But what I've found is the quality of your coloring stick will make a huge difference. So if you don't like the squeaking of markers, you're using the wrong markers.
Gotcha.
For yourself, right?
Right.
And there's, for me, there's also like how I mentioned about it's the act of just putting that pen to paper kind of thing. For me, there's a tactile aspect to it where certain markers and pencil crayons specifically feel nicer and smoother as I'm using them. And so you can see, like, as I say, like the dollar store is a great place to start. You are going to get the cheaper things there. So the pencil crayons there, for example, you might have to press harder just to get some color.
Right.
But there's some, I think they're more oil-based or alcohol-based, markers
Yeah.
that shouldn't squeak the way, like when you say squeaking markers, I think of Sharpies.
Yep. And
Which
Crayola does it to me.
Do they?
Yeah.
So there's some, like I have, they're a bit more expensive, but they're called Copic, COPIC.
My daughter has some.
Yeah, those. Have you tried them?
Not
Those
personally.
shouldn't squeak. Those should
Yeah.
not squeak on you. And they soak into the paper really nicely and don't leave that, you know, when you're using Sharpies, maybe not all the time, but Crayolas, I think, when you're coloring and you do like over coloring, you can see the lines of where you've been. Whereas like the Copics, they just sort of blend and soak into the paper really nicely. And you can get some pretty neat pencil crayons, and some they don't have to be super expensive. There's some really expensive ones, but I mean there are with anything, right? But yeah, you can get you can get some decent pencil crayons that that transfer really nicely, so you don't have to press so hard.
Cool.
I know there's probably lots of Joe questions, and poor Joe isn't able to be here now.
Yeah, and actually he's not going to come. He caught an airplane. So let's see. Do you have any advice for somebody who has already acquired a lot of coloring books but hasn't started?
Yeah. I guess first think about why you haven't started. Is it that you don't have the right tools? Like, are the coloring books not something that you're interested in coloring? And if they're not, then figure out what you might actually want and get that. But if they are, definitely don't buy any more until you start. And then I would say just like any kind of meditation or self-care practice, decide that you're going to do it and set up, even if you have to set up a time and say, you know, this time I'm going to spend 5-10 minutes and I'm going to get that coloring out and I'm going to work on it. And maybe even in doing that, you might figure out what else is causing you to resist doing it. Yeah.
Great. Another question from Jenny McKinnon. Do you find coloring mandalas are more relaxing than other types of images? And if not, what do you find to be the most relaxing?
I find mandalas to be the most relaxing for me personally. They do have more of a relaxing element to them in that they have that repetitiveness, and they aren't tied to any preconceptions that we have about anything, right? So I can do whatever I want, and just that sort of, you know, how I said, like with the repetitiveness, and I'll decide, I sort of plan out at the beginning at least some of what I'm going to do with a mandala, but then once I've got it figured out, then it's sort of mind-numbing, but in a good way, that I just kind of go around and just keep filling everything in. And so the fact that I don't have to think as much with it, and that it doesn't matter, and then again, like I said, and if I screw up, it's not a big deal. It's not really as noticeable either, because there's just so much going on in a mandala that
it's
you know.
It's the Easter egg.
Yeah, exactly.
Around.
You got to find the one that's not the same. Yeah, I'm plus 100 for coloring in mandalas.
Fabulous. And there's a message of thanks from the audience, thanking you for explaining why markers squeak.
Yeah, try some different markers.
Great. Well, that's it. Those are the questions that we've received. There's one more.
Oh.
Actually, how often do you create things to color versus just coloring in a pre-made book?
I pretty much 100% just color in a pre-made book. I did set out to create a mandala for the Big Orange Heart coloring book. And unfortunately, I had some health issues that prevented me from having the time to complete it. But that would have been my first thing that I would have created to color. But yeah, I rely on everybody else to make the coloring.
Great.
Well, thank you for coming.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was nice to see you both.
I'm inspired to give coloring another shot.
Let me know how it goes.
Fabulous. Any last words, Christina, before we wrap up the session?
I guess just, make sure no matter what you do, whether it's coloring or anything else for self-care, that you're enjoying what you do and have fun. And if you do any colorings, share them with me on Twitter.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Well, thank you to Christina, and our thanks to our sponsors, Bluehost, Cloudways, GoDaddy Pro, Nexus, Yoast, and Weglot. Please be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. You might even win some prizes. Don't forget to get your photo snapped in the photo booth and tweet it out with the WordFest Live hashtag. Also, thank you to our media partners and our micro sponsors.
In the community tent in the next hour, Cloudways have their hourly giveaway with special guest activity. Join Nexus with a chance to win, and join Bluehost Builder Demo. Bluehost will be building a site live with their Bluehost website builder. There's a 15-minute break in the schedule now. Head over to the community tent. We'll be back on the hour, starting off the North American continent. You all make our Big Orange Hearts full.
Do you know the Yoast Seo Plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We try to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Oh, great. My website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls, it's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Yoast Seo Plugin, the red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web. It runs on millions of websites. We try to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Oh great, my website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls, it's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Welcome to WordFest. We're in North America now as part of our 24 hours of celebrating the people, the technology, and the big orange heart of WordPress. Can we hear a woohoo?
Woohoo!
Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Chris, for indulging me. WordPress Live not only delivers a festival, educational content, wellness sessions, and networking opportunities, but is also a fundraiser for Big Orange Heart. Please visit that donate link at any time to support the mission of our organization. WordFest Live is a 24-hour opportunity for the WordPress community to come together to feel less isolated, learn from one another, and be present with each other. Our first speaker is Lance Robbins with Always On, Culture is a Killer, a remote survival guide. Lance Robbins has spent the last 13 years in people and operation-focused roles. He's an outspoken remote work advocate and excels at dad jokes. Love that. You can find Lance featured in Harvard Business Review, Forbes, or writing for the blog at XWP, where he led the growth of the team from 25 to 100 plus over the past 2 years. Lance has served as consultant to both agencies and product companies inside and outside of the WordPress ecosystem, helping them leverage workplace flexibility to build and support happy, high-functioning teams. Lance lives in North Idaho with his wife of 16 years and their 3 children. When he's not working, you can find him on a trail somewhere in the woods, running, biking, hiking, or skiing. Welcome, Lance.
Thank you so much. Excited to be, Deborah. Hi, Chris.
Howdy.
Well, thank you for the introduction.
You want to jump on in?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and get started, right? This is, unlike you folks who have introduced several of these, this is my first time being introduced at WordFest, so working out the details here. I have a topic to share with you today that's becoming more and more relevant, where maybe a few years ago, a few people were thinking about this, but today we're seeing, especially with the proliferation and explosion of remote work in response to COVID-19, a lot of pain and a lot of struggle for people who have adopted remote work or organizations that are adopting remote work, and want to dive into that. So yeah, welcome and thank you for being here. And also want to let everyone know that this is a topic that's got something for everyone involved here. So if you're an individual and you're feeling stressed and stretched, and that you always have to be available to your team, to your employer, we've got some real practical and tactical ways that we can talk about this. And if you're an employer or a manager and you feel the burden for your team members who may be struggling, we've got some ideas here as well that you can take and run with to help strengthen the culture around your team and how they're operating from home. But first, let's just take a look at some of the trends across the remote workspace. We're going to dive into that, look at the landscape of what it's like now, and recognize that while the COVID-19 pandemic has been real and difficult, we're also seeing for remote workers a burnout pandemic. So this is a really common scenario where people are just not able to hang with the expectations today. So we want to talk about that, and then we want to talk about some practical advice for both individuals and tips for employers as well. So we're going to work through this together. And you can see the illustration here that the landscape of remote work is that massively increasing adoption. So you've got the before COVID-19 stats here versus the after COVID-19 stats. Before COVID-19, 17% of people were working 5 days a week at home, and today we're getting close to half here in 2022. So this is a huge shift, and a lot of people are saying, how do I do this the best? And for some, it's not going well, and so we want to talk about how we can help there. The reality is that 2 out of every 3 remote workers are experiencing burnout. This is stats from a monster.com survey where people were responding to this mental health and wellness survey, and 2 out of every 3 were reporting feeling significantly burned out while working at home. And I think it's important to note that we're not just talking about remote work, but we're also talking about a situation in Earth's history where we don't have a lot of control over a number of things that normally we would. So this is a pandemic. This is a financial crisis time. This is the Great Resignation. People are leaving their jobs, losing their jobs. And so there are some factors that we can't control. Looking at why so much burnout, what are some of those factors that are contributing? Remote workers take less vacation time than their in-office counterparts. And I think this is a big contributor, or the COVID-19 pandemic has been a big contributor here, where travel is not very accessible or has not been very accessible for quite some time. So when people would typically be taking that, summer road trip or that ski trip in the winter, some of those vacations have just been canceled altogether, and people are not taking as much time off for themselves, taking a break from work. Another big impact has been the lack of childcare options. So if you're a parent and your children are typically at school, with schools closing due to COVID-19, all of a sudden you're a homeschooling family. And so that has been a huge source of stress. So some of these things are not business as usual. And so we can think about those and understand those things, but there are things that we can control, things that we can impact and influence. And that's where we want to focus in. So understanding that we can't necessarily control whether travel is accessible or not, or childcare is accessible or not, we can control some of the other factors. And one of those is primarily for individuals, where the separation between home and office has dissolved. Home equals work and work equals home. I talked to a number of people in focus groups where they feel frustrated because if they're in a studio or a 1-bedroom apartment, their kitchen table is now their office desk. And that's a huge source of frustration. So I want to talk about some of those things. How can individuals navigate and make the best of this situation? And the other is with companies. Companies can develop an asynchronous work culture where being always on is not the norm. Asynchronous work culture is what's a carryover from being in office, and it sets unrealistic expectations for real-time activity and is a huge contributor to burning out. So people talk about work-life separation all the time, or they talk about work-life balance. Wanted to just talk about some other terms here that might open our minds to different ways that we talk about the way work in our personal life gets divided up. So the first one is work-life separation. And I don't know if anybody can remember or saw, if you're maybe a North American audience, I don't know if this was aired in other places, but when I was a kid, I remember these television commercials. You're watching cartoons, and then the television commercials would come on for Eggo waffles, and their catchphrase was "Lego my Eggo." And in one of these commercials, the main character, ends up waiting for someone else to make him a waffle, and the person, I don't know if it's a parent or somebody else, says, well, how do you like your waffles? And he says, they say, do you like your waffles with butter and syrup? And he says, a little in each square. Being very particular about how his waffles should be dressed. And this reminds me of work-life separation, where work is much like an Eggo waffle or a Belgian waffle, where you have these neatly divided boxes, and the syrup or whatever you're putting on there doesn't need to spill over from one to the other. The struggle becomes when the demands of work swell the box that is dedicated to personal life, where work cannot spill over into it. And so pretty soon, if the workplace will allow it and pushes this hard, you have a waffle with one very large square for work and one very, very small square for your personal well-being and your personal care. So when we talk about work-life separation, this is one way of thinking about it. Other people are saying, work-life separation is over. We want to have work-life integration. And work-life integration is where work is like a chocolate milkshake. You've got all the ingredients that combine to make this sweet, delicious treat, and they end up being blended all together, and it works all through, but it ends up really being an unhealthy concoction where there is no time, where work is not allowed to be knocking on your door. And this is where there's always an expectation of constant responsiveness, and there is a desire to have your meetings always there, a lot of meetings, cameras always on. Global teams all need to be present at all the stand-ups. A lot of activity, but not a lot of opportunity to disconnect from that. So for me, how I like to think about the sweet spot between work and life is a work-life harmony. And a work-life harmony is like a build-your-own baked potato buffet bar. This is where you get to choose, what do you want to go on top here, and how much of it, and in what order. This is where you get to design the experience of work for yourself. And maybe it's semantics, maybe there's not a lot of difference here, but I like to think about this in terms of design. We're designing our work experience. Work and life should complement one another. You take the best from each, you take the quantities that's right for you, and not everyone's end result needs to look the same. This is like a musical score where one yields to the other. There are times when work may take precedence, and there are times when work is happy to take a backseat to your personal needs. The emphasis here is on results, not so much on activity. Presence is recognized as not being the same as productivity, and it allows for people to be most productive at the times that are best for them, in the locations that are best for them, and they can recharge the hardest when it's right for them. So this is what we want to be striving for as we go through and talk about the rest of our topic today. We're looking for this work-life harmony. So what can an individual person do to strengthen their position between work and life, to be more harmonious, to have more opportunity to design their workday, their working experience, so that they have more of this robust highly piled baked potato instead of a waffle or a milkshake. So here's a few things that we can do. Really practical tips here. The first one is to use your calendar. There's places in the world today where your employer is not allowed to contact you with requests outside of your normal working hours. Portugal is one of these. I imagine there'll be other legislation coming in the next years to help regulate this, but people are bombarded with messages all the time and requests for work all the time. So one thing that I do and I recommend that other people do is to really fill out your calendar at work. Some people like to leave them open. Here's my open day. I have a few things here that are scheduled. But what about your meals? Are your meals scheduled into your calendar? I shared that with somebody the other day, and they said, "Well, what a novel idea! I guess I should be making sure that I eat." And so, if your meals are regularly scheduled, and if you're a person who eats on a regularly scheduled mealtime, then I'd recommend add that to your calendar. Don't let your manager schedule a one-on-one over your mealtime. You need to eat. That's how we recharge our bodies and how we recharge our minds, our brains, with the nutrients that come from our food. We can't be skipping your meals, or rushing through them in a stress frenzied sort of way to make sure that you can get done to get to the meeting that got scheduled over top of the time that you'd like to be eating. But if nobody knew that you wanted to be eating then, and this is your time to eat, then how could they not schedule it on top of your calendar there? So make your calendar do some work for you. It's hard to say no when somebody asks for a meeting, but if your calendar already says no for you, you've bypassed that big, uncomfortable, that doesn't really work for me. I have to muster up the energy to say, no, I'm sorry. So that's how one way that you can really set yourself up for success is by letting your calendar do the talking for you, whether that's in Google or Microsoft, whatever you're using. There should be options to populate the different times that you're available and different times that you need to not be available throughout your working day. Another tip here is that it's okay to unplug. And this means to me to, instead of be controlled by our technical devices, we spend so much time on our screens. We spend so much time with our phones when we're not at our desks. And ideally, we would just leave our devices in an office where we close the door and we'll come back when it's time to work. Whether that's later in the evening or that's the next day, as you design and schedule your working hours and your working day, you can decide when that is. But when you're not at work, it's ideal to leave our devices and leave our things that are going to be trying to get our attention out of sight and out of mind. I recognize that that's not always the case or a possibility. For many, that's a luxury to have a dedicated office. For me, that's a luxury. You can't see, with my clean and empty background here, that I'm actually working from my bedroom. So my desk is here in front of my window, which is next to my bed. I can't just abandon my desk and my computer and my phone, at times when I want to not be working because I'm often in the same room as them. But what I can do is I can tell my apps, my technology, when it's allowed to talk to me. So you can, with Slack and Calendar, and even like your phone can, you can choose which apps you're going to allow to schedule when notifications can come through. So rather than being dictated to by the technology that supports all of our work and makes our paycheck come and makes the world go around, really, we want to be setting expectations, setting notification schedules that align with the work-life harmony that we're attempting to create. And if an app is telling you it has a message, it can wait. It can wait, and it's going to be okay if it waits. And the more that you know that there's a message waiting for you, the more stress and pressure you're going to be feeling. So out of sight, out of mind, as much as possible with our apps. So yeah, unplugging from that is important. We talked about saying no a little bit earlier, how it's hard to say no. I am absolutely one of those people that likes to say yes. And this one is really for me, to tell myself the truth about what I can actually do. You only say yes when yes means yes. Otherwise, say no. This really helps not just you, but it helps your teammates and others, where expectations are set very clearly and what's reasonable that you can accomplish. I like this little flow chart about what to say yes to and what to say no to. So if you're someone like me who has a hard time with saying, no, I can't do that, or no, I won't do that, you need to make a decision to take on a new project. You need to ask yourself this question. No, do you have enough time to do this? If the answer is no, don't do it. If the answer is yes, well, no, you don't. The answer is still no. Maybe this would be good for some of us to hang on our wall, or put a little reminder of how this works. But the reality is that we don't benefit from just saying yes. We stretch ourselves too thin, and we're less help to our team when we're overtaxed. Okay, finally here in this section, we want to talk about taking time off. You know, what can a person do to avoid burnout? Taking time off is a big one. And I understand that we talked about travel might be more difficult right now, but it doesn't mean that you can't take some time off for yourself. A vacation actually has a real business value. So on return from vacation, it's been observed that individual contributors are up to 44% more productive when they are rested and have taken vacation time than in a typical week away from vacation time. So there is a business argument for taking vacation time. So if you're feeling like it's very difficult to take vacation time in your business or in the organization that you work at, you can actually build a business case for why you need to take a break. If you haven't had a break, if you need a break, if you're feeling stressed, the productivity results on the back end of vacation more than make up for, the lost hours when somebody is away. So be kind to yourself. Take time off. Vacations have real business value. And it's not just for the sake of attracting great talent, great people who want to have time off. Businesses are going to succeed more when the people are well rested. Your body, your brain needs maintenance just like a vehicle does. I can't drive my car, I can't drive my truck, for months and months and months without changing the oil. I can't expect it to perform as it should. And so, businesses also are thinking about, how are my people performing? Is there maintenance? Is there rest that they need? And there is, tremendous business value to this. So if you're feeling guilty about the time you might, your employer might lose from having you take a break, you can flip the script on that for yourself a little bit and tell yourself the truth about how much better off it would be for your employer if you took a little bit of a break. So, an always-on culture tends to champion uninterrupted work, but you're definitely more helpful to your teammates, to yourself, and to your employer when you're not always on. What about employers? What responsibility do they have? How can an employer really help make a change for people who are struggling with feeling like they can't ever take a break from their work and they're feeling burned out and they're feeling exhausted? So there's 3 things that we want to look into. But ultimately, employers need to become the facilitators for employees to strike the right balance between their work lives and their personal lives. Think of it as the conductor. If we're talking about work-life harmony, employers should be the conductor who are helping get the very most from the orchestra, finding and helping them to strike the right harmonies at the right times. And for different people at different stages of life with different responsibilities, this can look really very different. And so if you're thinking and you're listening here and you're saying, but my situation is different, I have a child with special needs. Well, so do I. And it's really important for me to prioritize work-life harmony. If you're saying I'm a primary caregiver or I have a disability, an employer can really, really maximize the opportunity for people who have perhaps a non-traditional scenario where a more flexible and work-life harmonious experience can really facilitate that. So employers, this is a big opportunity for you here. So these 3 elements, asynchronous culture, structure, and trust, go a long way to protecting your team and protecting your business from the effects of your team members burning out, feeling exhausted, and being stretched too far. So an asynchronous culture. The goal here is that we should normalize the fact that people are not always working at the same time, and that's okay. Whether it's because people are in different time zones or their individual responsibilities require being online at different times, being okay with an asynchronous culture where people are doing work perhaps at a time when you're not online is going to have to be okay. This is a big step in protecting your team from feeling burned out. So one thing that you can do is to set some reasonable expectations for a reply. The goal, the idea isn't that we just say, whenever you want to work is totally great, because there are advantages to having time zone overlap. And so you think about that when you hire and you organize a delivery team or a product team, and you think about how team members will be able to interact with each other, but we don't think in terms of the only way this is going to work is if we're online at the same time. So overlap is helpful, but we want to build our culture in a way that we're not dependent on the overlap. I've worked with organizations who have a response time expectation of 15 minutes. This was incredibly unhealthy. It led to people pulling over to the side of the road on their lunch break or on their commute in the morning or the afternoon because they got a notification that an email had come through. And if they didn't reply within 15 minutes, they were afraid of the expectation, the shame and the perceived failure to meet expectations when time elapsed more than 15 minutes for a reply there. It's an absolute signal of an always-on culture when expectations of responses are very short windows of time, and it really leads to a toxic experience and causes people to struggle significantly. So you have to ask yourself the question, what's reasonable for your organization? We need to think about what kind of work are you doing? Who are the clients that you're serving? Who are your customers? Where is your team located? What makes for a reasonable experience that allows people to design their work harmoniously between work and life, but also helps your team be very productive? Another great thing about adopting an asynchronous culture is that you can move away from synchronous activities like meetings. So meetings are great, they're helpful, but oftentimes a meeting is overused when another tool or communication channel would be just as effective. Our friends over at Doist have a really great flowchart on how to decide whether this should be an email or it should be a meeting. So if you want to take a look at that at some point, that's super helpful. But a Zoom call is contributing to mental exhaustion, and it's often the least productive use of time for people. The cost of meetings is exceptionally high to your business as well. So it's not just the number of people in the meeting multiplied by the hourly rate, but we're also talking about opportunity lost where, for example, a developer may be sitting in an update from different areas of the business, and what's relevant for that developer is 5 or 10 minutes of that meeting, but yet it's 30 to 45 minutes of time, where then after the meeting, there's still code to be written, but that couldn't be done during the meeting time because the expectation was to be engaged and working synchronously. So think about what opportunities you have to convert existing meetings to documentation workflows, or are there tools that help you replace that stand-up or that update, things that are not as critical for everyone to be a part of. So you can minimize meetings and give people more of that mind space and headspace back to focus in on the thing that they're really, really good at and brings the most value to your business. That's one major area. Another major area here that we can talk about is eliminating office hours. So we can't deny that, again, working overlap is helpful in a lot of ways, but I would suggest that we're going to let go of the expectation that work has to happen within certain time box constraints. So whether you're again a caretaker, a caregiver, you're an offshore team, and your home base is far geographically away from, you know, the business headquarters. If you're working in a hybrid environment, which is very common today and becoming increasingly more so common as return to office, you know, becomes the norm here coming soon for major employers. Think about, you know, what those office hours are doing to your team members. So if my responsibility is to take my special needs son and make sure that he gets to his school program in the morning, and that requires me driving there, it's not as productive for me to be online. And perhaps it precludes me from being a part of your team if the restriction is that I need to be online at a certain time. And so this is where we can talk about, you know, diversity and inclusion being such a major part of the strategy here, in that as we allow people to design their work life around a personal life and maximize for both, optimize for both, it's a huge win-win, because a 9 to 5 real-time engagement expectation is not going to work for somebody who's a non-traditional candidate for a job that you have. But by allowing for more flexibility and more work-life harmony, you open doors and you open opportunities for people who otherwise would struggle, and it really strengthens your team to bring diversity of experience and background. Okay, moving ahead to structure. So we talked about the experience of an asynchronous culture, things that we can do to, you know, encourage and strengthen that activity. But it's always very, very helpful to back that up with structure. So if you're an employer and you want to create structure that supports a culture that is not always on, but allows for more asynchronous activity, the number one thing that I would recommend is to create a communication charter. And this is a quick and easy win, but create public documentation of your expected communication practices. So if you don't have a communication charter now that clearly documents what your expectations are, it can be really hard for, especially like a new team member who comes on board and gets that message from their manager at 8 p.m. saying, hey, don't worry about this until tomorrow, but, and then lays out a need or a problem that they have. For a new team member or a more junior team member to look at that message from their boss and be able to put it out of mind. I know they said, don't worry about it, but now I'm concerned. What are the expectations of me? And so this is where, through onboarding, introducing something like a communication charter, a document that completely takes away the guesswork and anxiety from emails or DMs that might come at weird times of day, because perhaps your team is spread across 4, 8, or in the case of XWP, 17 different time zones, where it's very difficult to control when messages are going to come in and go out. And that's not the goal for us to control those things, but we want to take out the anxiety of receiving a message and understanding what's okay and what's the expectation for a response. And we talked about response times earlier, but documenting this and supporting the company's clearly defined and documented standpoint on the issue can go a long way to helping team members feel safe and help team members understand what channels to use when I have a regular work request versus an urgent emergency where I really need somebody's help. And that allows people to filter and self-select what's most important, what needs my immediate response, and what's okay to wait until tomorrow or the next day for me to get back to. So this is a big, quick, easy win that you can take away and implement in your team. If you want to communicate that you're committed to this kind of thing, then open source it, make it public, publish it for everyone inside and outside of your company to see. That's my bonus on top of the tip here. The next thing you can do to create structure that supports people's mental health is to allow for, so not to allow, but to create a policy, a clear policy around paid time off. A lot of companies have a paid time off policy, which is a great place to start, but I want to go a little bit deeper and talk about paid time off allowance versus time off requirements as well. So it's one thing to say we allow people to take as much time off as they need to. But if in practice, I never see my CEO or I never see my manager or I never see senior team members at my team taking time off and checking out, that communicates to me that time off isn't really acceptable or encouraged or celebrated, even though there's an allowance for it. Remote workers take less time off than in their in-office counterparts. And so we want to see if we can set some sort of minimum expectation for time off, encourage it, talk about the business value of it, and set a standard where we expect you to take at least a week off at 2 different times of the year or something like that, where we can make sure that our people are recharging and aren't feeling trapped or in bondage to the amount of work that's going on for them. And if people don't feel like they can take that time off, then we need to rethink the workload, our capacity. There's a bigger business problem here if people don't feel that they can take time off. Lastly, around structure, we talk about measuring outputs versus responses. So we want to talk about how we evaluate team member success. Goals are more important than just being present. So I've met with a lot of leaders of organizations who have invested a lot of effort and money into software that tracks activity and responsiveness for their working environment to see if their remote workers are really engaged and really on task. They're concerned with things like number of keystrokes per hour, number of DMs that are being sent, like things like this. But my biggest piece of advice is that we would shift away from metrics that reward activity and that reward presence, and rather look at metrics that measure the results and the impacts. Because presence and activity perpetuates an always-on experience for people. The more activity I have, the more presence I see, the more kudos I get. Then I think I'll skip lunch today. I think I'll extend my working hours a little bit. I think I'll check in this evening and get my reward for being active and being present. When perhaps you're achieving more and accomplishing more by having dedicated focus time, or structuring your day where you're not as active and present during the hours that someone else might be expecting that, or it might work well for others. So measuring impacts and results, things like, how are my clients feeling? How is this working for my customers? What's the employee experience? What's the candidate experience? What's the customer experience? Setting these as our key performance indicators. Okay, the last one, and I recognize that we're getting close to the end of our time here, so I'm going to move through this one as well. Trust. Nothing says I don't trust you like activity tracking software. So we don't want to be micromanaging people, because that does not build trust. And trust is a huge contributor. Not feeling trusted is a huge contributor to extra stress. And if you want to watch, the anxiety or the stress that people are carrying melt away, express your appreciation for the work that they do, and express your trust that that they're going to do the right thing and are on board and doing a great job. That goes a long way in helping to mitigate people worrying about if they're doing a good enough job. Another way that we can build trust is to check in, see how it's going. So there are a lot of silent sufferers, people who are not going to say, I'm not doing okay. But if you can implement a regular pulse check just for mental health, if it's 10 minutes that you're going to check in with your team members on a regular basis, or if you want to do it asynchronously because you're working across a lot of time zones like we do at XWP. Recently, we implemented a tool called Kona, K-O-N-A, to help us monitor well-being within our people team. And it's an asynchronous check-in that we get to share with one another how it's going. And the insights that it's provided into things that we wouldn't normally be sharing has been absolutely fantastic and helpful for us to know how our teammates, how our colleagues are doing, and be able to follow up and check in on things that are happening behind the scenes that aren't commonplace discussions during our work interactions. So this is a great way that you can help build trust as well. And then, of course, lead by example. Recently, over at Post Status, Corey Miller let everyone know that he was struggling with burnout. And he had a session on burnout recently here with WordFest live, and I definitely encourage you to check that out. Talking about his experience, and that builds so much trust in that it's okay to say that you're not okay. It takes a brave leader to do that, but if you're leading an organization, if you're a manager and you're leading a team, lead by example, normalize being a human being first, and an employee doing your job somewhere down the line. Maybe it's not even second or third. We'll leave with this piece of research here from a recent study done by MIT. And they found that people are 10 times more likely to leave their job due to a toxic culture than any other reason. People are 10 times more likely to leave their job due to toxic culture than any other reason. So we think about that, and we think about the always-on culture, the demand to be present, to be active, to be a stir and a buzz with activity and checking in and responding, and my notifications are going off, and I'm here and I'm trying to eat, but I've got to answer this email, and I'm getting a call from my boss, or my manager texted me at 9 p.m. This creates a toxic experience for people, and they burn out and they leave for this reason 10 times more than any other reason. So thank you so much for joining me. I'm excited to take questions and talk further with you. And my contact information is here if you want to connect with me on Twitter, on LinkedIn. I'm excited to expand my network and get to know more of the wonderful people here, part of this community. Really enjoyed the chance to share this with you all today.
Thank you so much. Such an important topic, especially as we continue in forced remote and hybrid work land. And we have a bunch of questions for you. I want to start with mine, and then we can get back into the content. What's your best dad joke?
Oh, man. How much does a pirate pay to get its ears pierced?
How much does a pirate pay to get his ears pierced?
About $1 an ear.
Wah, wah, wah.
It's one of my favorites.
Oh. That's a good one. Let's for the next one.
One more. Free of charge, right?
What's the most memorable thing about Lance's presentation? It will not be your dad joke. That's okay. Lots of great content. I'm sorry, Chris, go right ahead. I know we've got lots of great questions.
Oh, yeah. Did you have one more joke, though, first?
Oh sure.
Good
Yeah.
point.
I probably shouldn't volunteer it, but what do you call a deer with no eyes?
What's that?
I have no idea. What do you call a deer with no eyes and no legs? Still have no idea.
I think we should move on
I'll be here
to
for the next
content.
17 minutes.
Jenny McKinnon asks, what do you suggest for remote workers who have bosses that don't want you to have short, pleasant chats with their coworkers?
That's a good question, Jenny. It's really tough when you don't have buy-in from your leadership. So one thing that I've often encouraged people to do is, and I mentioned this earlier about time off, is build a business case for why it's valuable to the organization. So if the rule is, this is company time, talk about, how valuable was it how valuable would it be if you're in the office when you pass each other in the hallway and you mention how it went over the weekend, or your kids are sick, or your kid had a performance at the show last night, or you had to take your dog to the vet. Like, these are things that we do in office, and this connection is woven and just built into the experience of working together. But when you go into a remote environment, these things get separated, and you've lost some of the value of the camaraderie connection that you build with your colleagues, because you now have separate buckets. You have work and you have social. And before, they were all woven together, and it was the right ingredients to make a great product, if you will, like the employee experience is a product. But now you've eliminated a big portion of the ingredients and you're expected to have the same product. And so if you can build a business case for why there's value in these chats, in these experiences that you're not getting, you'll get a lot further than saying, I just want to, like, I miss my colleagues. Like, that's an emotional ask. And if you have a boss who's disconnected from that, it's going to be easy for them to say no. But if you can add business value to your request, you'll get a lot further that way.
Great. And we've got another from Jenny. What would you, and I love this, what would you suggest for remote workers who are bound to a million useless Zoom meetings? How can we bring it up in the conversation?
That's another good question. And I think my answer would be in a similar vein to what I just shared, is that there is documented significant value to minimizing unnecessary meetings. And so if you can help design, you can even borrow from the Doist flowchart that I referenced, which I think if slides are available in the future, then you'll have the link to that. It's linked in there. You can help design a decision-making matrix about who needs to be on a meeting and what even needs to have a meeting, and attach dollars to that, attach hours to that, attach real tangible value to the business, to that thing, and share it with your colleagues, share it with your manager, build buy-in for that, because those are the kind of things that move the needle for leadership. If this is going to save us X% over the next year, or it's going to increase our retention rates over the next 6 months, they care about that. If you're in an organization where caring deeply about the people isn't the norm, then typically caring a lot about the bottom line is the norm. And so if you can create an argument around how the bottom line is impacted, you're in a much better position.
Makes a lot of sense. Always follow the money. Jenny's got one more. I think she's reading my mind with some of the questions she asked. What about people who feel like they need a structured workday 9 to 5? What's your best tip to start flexible hours?
The great thing about this concept of work-life harmony or flexible hours is if you feel like you need structure, then that's the right thing for you, right? Like, you can design it how you want it. Now, if you want to explore more flexibility, look at your calendar. If you wanted to move a block of work that is, deeper focus just for you, not really dependent on your colleagues, to a different part of your day, what would that look like? And how would you communicate your availability to your team members? But the great thing about flexibility is that you're in charge of what's right for you. And so if 9 to 5 structure the right thing, then by all means, follow that. But if you want to mix it up, you want to try something new, then start looking at the different blocks of things that you have going on in your day-to-day. Meetings, especially with other people, going to be much harder to rearrange. But if you have, I need 2 hours to do my reporting, you can do that any time of day, right? And so maybe that means, on Tuesdays, I take my daughter out to lunch. We have a daddy-daughter date every Tuesday. And that means I shift some of my work that I would normally do on a Tuesday afternoon to in the evening after she's gone. It's worth it. It's a good trade-off.
Well, I was going to ask you another question, and you kind of just answered it, but I'm going to ask it anyway. My background is goal setting and productivity, so everything you talk about, I don't know how much nodding you saw me do, but it was a ton. I think especially calendaring is one thing people forget all the time, but what are some of your personal productivity and balance practices?
That's a good question. Yeah, calendaring is a big one for me. It helps me stay on task a good bit. So if I'm getting a reminder from my calendar, this morning, 8 a.m. to 12 is blocked out for WordFest live prep and presentation. That helped me know, what do I need to be working on today? I'm the kind of person who likes shiny new objects. So a new project, a new thing to look at, it's easy for me to do this. So my calendar does help keep me grounded for sure. I also like to start my day early. So I will often log, you know, an hour or two of work before anyone else in the house is up and around, right? Like I get up, I have my morning time for me, maybe I get some exercise, but then like between 6 and 7, when everyone else is just starting to wake up, like I'm often online, like getting ahead on just what's happened in my email, what's happened in my Slack, what are all the things that can be distracting me as I move on through the day? And am I prepared for, like, do I have half a dozen interviews today, or do I only have one? What do I need to do to be prepared for those? And kind of blocking off that time that's ahead of normal working hours for most people. Like, I know back in the office days, people would like go to the office early to have that, or they'd like go in on a Sunday evening to get things lined out for their week. And typically that means it's unpaid because this isn't working hours. But when we focus in on like, what are my goals and what KPIs am I trying to shoot for, like, there's value in that time versus like just logging hours.
Makes sense. I think we have time for at least one more here. Another Jenny question. What advice would you give to a remote worker that wants to implement these changes, but it's up to their boss?
Yeah, so again, like Chris said, follow the dollars, follow the money, make a strong business proposal. And I would also say do some user research as well. Is this just your experience, or is this the experience of everyone on your team? And if you're in a large organization, is it just your team? Are there other teams that are feeling, pain points, that are struggling? Do some of that user or market research if you want to propose a change, and be sure that other people are behind that, and other people are going to be benefiting from that. Because if we push for something that's for us, then that's a little bit nearsighted, because it might put somebody else in a situation where it's harder for them. So we want to see what's working well for the group, and build consensus, be willing to shape your proposal in a way that does the most good for the most people, and then make a business proposal, and even start with, like, I don't know the structure in your situation, Jenny. If there's a manager that's one level above you that you could share this with and get feedback on, and before it goes up the line, like, getting feedback early, doing your user research, and building a strong proposal that talks about the dollars and the other like factors that are going to be valuable to business. That's your strongest argument.
Or just share this video with your boss and say, look, 10 times, right? 10 times, you don't want, I think companies, they don't want, no one wants a toxic work environment, but just showing the numbers and just the simple things. Say, here, boss, watch this. It'll be worth your time. It will save you money, because you will learn all these different things that you can do to make me and everybody else happy, right? Do we have time for another question or another dad joke, or both? What do you think, Chris?
I think one or the other.
Let's do a question.
Okay. How about a question and then end with the dad joke? There's a last one from Jenny. What's your best advice for someone who procrastinates starting work when they're remote?
That's a good one. So I can kind of relate to that. Like I said, I kind of like to chase the new and exciting thing in my day-to-day work, and so I can struggle with putting off the thing that I don't really want to work on, a little further down the line. But if you need that structure, and structure is going to help you, one way that I do it is using a tool. Like if you have access to something like Monday.com, or even a checklist somewhere that's shared, a document that's shared with your group that has your to-do list on it, there's some accountability there. So you might create some visibility into what you're trying to accomplish. And a lot of software gives you opportunities to set timely reminders as well. Lets you know when this is due. Lets you know what milestone you should be at on this project by now. Helps give you little bit of direction along the way. I like to add the things that I'm working on or need to be working on in a shared board. In Monday, that's what we use, where I'm working, and other team members that might have visibility into that, and I can ask for help if I'm struggling, and they can see the progress that's going on. And yeah, so that's what's helpful to me. Deborah, this also sounds like it's something that's kind of up your alley, so I'd be interested if you had a tip as well.
Oh, okay. I would say do something that makes you happy. Do something that you're excited about first thing, and that will get your engine rolling, and it will get you excited for the other things. And of course, do everything that said.
That's a great advice.
Schedule the dessert. And I love that you use food analogies in your presentation. Definitely my type of person. We'll have to connect. But really, look at the things that you have to do and the things you want to do, and make sure there's that balance, because the excitement for the want tos will really uplift the have tos.
Love that.
Well said. Well said.
Yeah. So we have time for one more dad joke, and then I think we have to wrap.
Oh boy. Okay. Man, I need my daughter. She's the one that feeds me all the good jokes. Let's see. In the wintertime, Santa keeps most of his money in one location. Do you know where that is?
I do not. Do you, Chris?
I don't.
It's in a snowbank.
Of course.
Of course it is.
Thank you very much, Lance. That really was a great talk. And that's the end of this session. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Do you want to remind people one more time where they can find you, Lance?
Yeah, I'm most active on LinkedIn, and I'm moderately active on Twitter. Those are good examples of places to find me. Yep. So Lance Robbins, feel free to connect with me. I'm happy to get connected and hear from you all, and continue the conversation on those platforms for sure.
Thank you very much. That's bringing that into this session. Let's see if I can remember how to use a script this time. I want to say thanks to our sponsors, Bluehost, Cloudways, GoDaddy Pro, Nexus, Yoast, and Weglot. Please be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. You might even win a prize. Don't forget to get your photo snapped at the photo booth and tweet it out with the hashtag WordFestLive. And thank you to our media partners and our micro sponsors. In the community tent in the next hour, there's the Cloudways, or Cloudways has their Lifter LMS tent, which is a takeover with Chris Badgett. And join Nexus with a chance to win some prizes. So there'll be a 1 hour break for content in this stage, and we'll be back after that. Thank you.
My website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
know the Yoast Seo Plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We tried to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls, it's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
know the Yoast Seo Plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We tried to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls, it's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Oh great, my website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Welcome back to WordFest. Our next speaker is Kathy Zant, presenting Overcoming Adversity, Keeping Yourself Together When Everything Falls Apart. Kathy is a product marketing manager for Cadence at Stellar WP and has been working with WordPress for over a decade. She has both technical and marketing experience and has worked with a number of brands in the WordPress space. She has helped numerous organizations empower their businesses with WordPress. She's helped organize both WordCamp Phoenix and WordCamp US. She currently lives outside of Denton, Texas, where she can often be found walking golden retrievers or hanging out in horse barns. So let's give it up for Kathy Zant.
Woohoo!
Hi, my name is Kathy Zant. I am the product marketing manager at Cadence. Cadence is a theme and a suite of plugins that makes the Gutenberg block editor really amazing. When I started this job on November 1st, 2021, I was so excited. I was excited about everything that Cadence brought to WordPress. I've been using WordPress for well over a decade. Used to tear apart core and put it back together the way I don't do that anymore. I don't recommend doing that. But I've been around WordPress a long time, and Cadence was the most exciting thing I had seen in a long time. So I was really excited. November 1st, I remember that day. 2 weeks later, my husband of 15 years, Mark, had a catastrophic stroke. He ended up in the hospital for 2 weeks and then at assisted living for another 2 weeks. And then he got enough strength built up that he went to intensive rehab about 30 miles away in Dallas, Texas, where he caught COVID and ended up in the hospital again for another 2 weeks, where he lost almost all of his strength. And now he's home. And we are in the midst of trying to figure out what our new normal looks like. It has been a journey. When I pitched this talk to WordFest, I knew I was going through one of the most difficult experiences of my entire life. And in retrospect, it has been one of the most difficult experiences of my entire life. But I knew that difficulty doesn't show up without opportunity to learn. And I knew that I was going to learn something. And I was hell-bent on finding positivity throughout this experience. So I pitched this talk, Overcoming Adversity. Did I overcome adversity? Or did I just live through it? I don't know if I overcame it, but I've moved through it. People say, the only way through adversity is to just move through it. And that's basically about it. But how do you keep your sanity through that? How do you make it not destroy you? How do you rise to the challenge? How do you find your inner strength? These are all questions that I ask the universe. Show me. Show me the way, because I don't know how I'm going to get through this. And it's been hard. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to say that, I just asked the universe for help and it showed up. There's been a lot of tears. There's been a lot of waking up in the middle of the night and just realizing everything that had happened and sobbing. I make peace with that. That's okay. It's just part of the journey. It doesn't destroy me. In fact, it has made me stronger. So in this talk, there's no slides. If you want to take notes, feel free. If you want to holler at me that this wasn't worth your time, feel free. I'm going to talk about what happened and everything I've learned. And if there's things in this talk that are meaningful to you and help you live a better life, then I feel better about everything I've gone through, because all of these things helped me. And I just think that we are stronger than we think we are. We are always stronger than we think we are. No situation that shows up in our life is more than we can handle. Sounds trite, but none of us, no one listening to this and no one not listening to this is going to get through life without adversity. No one is going to get through life without challenges, without tears, without sadness, without soul-crushing loss. It is a part of life. It is part of all of the cycles of life. And I think that we can handle it. I did. So what happened? Well, in October, actually, my husband got very ill. It presented as gastrointestinal distress. He was vomiting and was dizzy and put himself to bed and said it was food poisoning. Didn't lose any functionality, but he was really weak. And I had seen patterns of choosing bad foods, spending a few too many dollars at McDonald's and Whataburger and Wendy's and Sonic. And I was a little mad at him. And by a little mad, I mean I was a lot mad. I gave him a diatribe speech about making healthier food choices and taking care of himself. And he asked me for help. He said he couldn't do it alone. He asked me to cook more meals at home and help him make better food choices. And I said that I couldn't control what happened between his hand and his mouth and that he had to step up to the plate. I was angry. I was angry that, here I was getting ready to start this new job I was really excited about. And I was busy bringing him cold water and adjusting the sheets and doing everything for him. And I was mad. In retrospect, looking back at this, that anger, and I've talked to other people who have lost family members, lost loved ones, people who have gone through similar experiences, and a lot of people tell me that they get angry before someone dies, before someone gets really sick. And to me, in retrospect, that anger is a sign. It's not a sign that we should be out there expressing our emotions and that we should vent. It's a sign that something needs to happen dispassionately. In my perfect world, woulda, coulda, shouldas, which is another thing, I want to go back in time, and instead of speaking to him about the choices he was making a doctor's appointment, driving him to a doctor's appointment, making him take his blood pressure just to see what it was. He wasn't even doing that. Cooking healthier foods, getting alternative health stuff lined up. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Wish I could go back in time and make all of those things happen. When something catastrophic happens in your life, when adversity happens, when something bad shows up on your doorstep, that's the worst part, is the woulda, coulda, shouldas, the regrets. But there's nothing we can do about them. I can't go back in time and make my husband eat healthier foods or go see a doctor before all of this happened. Anyway, he got sick, but a few days later he was up and walking around, but he was weak. And then the stroke hit in November, and the CT scan showed that there was a stroke that happened in October as well. It was the warning sign. It was the warning that something was wrong. We had our chances. We had our messages, if only we were listening. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. That's the hard part. There's nothing you can do. You can only act from where you are right now. But if I could go back in time, it would be to listen to my anger and to act very dispassionately and make things happen the way I knew they had to happen without needing to be right in my little speech that I gave to him. I wish I could erase all of that, but it's something that I'll just live with. But where are we now? Where we are now is understanding that anger is just a milepost. It is a sign. Whether it's coming from your head or your heart or your gut, wherever that anger is coming from, anger is an impetus for action. It is not necessarily action of like speaking your anger towards the person or people or things that or even getting on Facebook and ranting to people. It is a sign that action needs to happen. And so reframing what anger means to us would be one of the things that I would like you to take away from, that it's okay to be angry, but understand what anger is trying to tell you and to act on that dispassionately rather than responding to your anger in a way that you have to be right or you have to show somebody or, something like that. When these events show up in our lives and it changes everything, our ego, our lovely, helpful ego that wants us to stay safe and wants to figure everything out and ruminates over every little problem, sees the event, sees it in a stacked way. My therapist explained this to me, and it was brilliant, so I'm sharing it with you. But your ego sees the event as something that is, the medical bills and the medicines and the rehab and oh my gosh, I'm a single mom to my daughter now, and my daughter's really lost her mom and her dad because I'm having to take it. And all of these things kind of stack up, and it seems like this giant wall in front of you that is insurmountable. But that's not how it ends up playing out. And so we thank our ego for, identifying all of the problems, which it's very good at doing, and we take a step back and we breathe, and we realize, in retrospect, looking back at how the last 3 months have been, yes, all of those awareness items have shown up in my life. All of those problems, medical bills are showing up, dealing with insurance companies and social workers and hospitals and doctors and basic daily care and being in institutions where there's a lack of basic daily care. All of these things have shown up, but they didn't show up stacked. They showed up spread out on a timeline. And I didn't have to deal with them all at once, even though the ego thought I had to. It was spread out, and it was not more than I could handle, maybe a couple times. But I handled it, and I did okay. So when we are in the midst of an event showing up, the big thing that we need to tell ourselves is that everything that we need in order to deal with this big scary event is going to show up when we need it. And not everything is going to happen all at once. And our fears are things of the future, right? It's this is going to happen, what about, and what if, and all of these fears show up as things that we see in our future that are going to show up and destroy us. And our ego wants to protect us from that. And the fear ends up becoming more of a problem than anything. But our fears show up based on our past experiences, right? And if we really think about it, all of these things that we fear in the future, our future doesn't really exist. It's all imagined. It's what we think might happen. It's what we hope might happen. And our past doesn't really exist either, because all we have is our memories of the past. And we can reframe those memories in many different ways. We can look at something that happened in the past and say, this negative thing that happened actually turned out to be a positive somehow, just in terms of how the story we tell ourselves about those past experiences. But our future fears are all based on the stories we're telling ourselves about past experiences. And so everything that's happening is all based on our perceptions, our future fears, our past experiences. It's all based on the story you're telling yourself about your future and the story you're telling yourself about your past. Because in this ever-present moment of now, which is really the only thing that exists, none of that exists. I don't have any medical bills here. I don't have any doctors I have to deal with or social workers, or it's just you and me here making this recording. And in this ever-present now, I'm okay. And my husband's okay, and my daughter's okay. Everything's okay. And coming to that realization and letting go of the future fears and letting go of the future hopes and letting go of my past experiences that feed into those future fears. Here, in the ever-present now, there is peace. Life is the meaning that we assign to these experiences. About 4 years ago, living in Mount Shasta, I had this beautiful golden retriever, Alex. And Alex was starting to get sick. And I took him to the vet, and they diagnosed him with kidney issues, and they put him on this kidney diet. And that wasn't really working. It almost made him sicker. And did some more tests, and finally the diagnosis came back. Alex had lymphoma. And they gave him about 2 months to live. Boy, that was rough. He was such a sweet dog and didn't deserve that. And I didn't know what to do. But I remember going through our neighborhood, going for walks with Alex, and the awareness came to me to not call Alex's illness cancer. It's such a loaded word, right? Stroke, such a loaded word. There's all of these beliefs and things that we've heard in the media, or things that we've heard other people tell us, or things that we've had, just in the media. It's so loaded. And the thing that came to me as I was walking my dog, because he still, even until the day he passed, still wanted to go for walks around that neighborhood and still wanted to go for car rides. I was not going to call it cancer. I was not going to call it lymphoma. I was going to let the disease show me, Alex show me what it needed to show me and what he needed to process through this. And so by removing all of those beliefs and all of those loaded words out of the situation, I was more able to just be present with what was showing up rather than having cancer hung on it. That learning from 4 years ago obviously has a lot of basis and usefulness in this experience as well. I don't call it the stroke. I try not to use words to describe what's going on, and I just try to experience what is happening with my husband's recovery and with, the lingering health issues. COVID lasted a long time. I think we're finally over it a month later. But yeah, it has been difficult. But assigning meaning to that, using those words and all of the loadedness that comes along with it, didn't help me as much as just being present with whatever was showing up in the now, rather than defining it and trying to find, assign meaning to it. So that it's an ego-based thing, right? Our ego wants to define something that's happening to us and put it in a box so that we can make better decisions about how to respond to it. But what ends up happening when you don't define it and you don't let the ego to run the show, there's a larger part of yourself that becomes a part of the response, a part of the experience, a part of seeing what's happening and being able to more appropriately respond. So in the next few minutes, I want to talk a little bit about some of these coping strategies that helped me get through this. First of all, as someone in the WordPress community, our community is wonderful. I have made a lot of friends all over WordPress, from previous jobs and previous WordCamp talks and previous experiences with everyone organizing WordCamps. The support that I received from the WordPress community was amazing. The support that I received from my new family at Liquid Web and iThemes and Cadence, stellar. Above and beyond, lean on the people who show up. At one point when they called to tell me that my husband was going back in the hospital because he had COVID and he had passed out, I was in the midst of my Monday morning meetings and I literally just broke down crying. I realized I was crying because it was fresh, it was new. When it shows up, ego responds. It's hard not to. But it's fresh and it's new and you don't have all of the information. You just have the meaning ego assigns towards that event. Leaning on your friends, family, community helps you kind of redefine what's happening and you're not alone. I didn't mean to. I have a love-hate relationship with Facebook, but I've collected so many friends over the course of my lifetime, and they're, for the most part, on Facebook, and I needed a quick and easy way to let people know what I was going through. And so I just posted on Facebook and said, I'm not going to be here very often. And everybody that I've ever known over the course of a lifetime showed up. And for 3 months, basically cheered me on and helped me find the strength, helped me think about things in different ways, helped me celebrate what wins we did have when we had them. Lean on your people. Do not go through this, whatever you're going through, and you'll go through something. We don't get out of this world without going through adversity once or twice in our lives, or maybe more. Lean on people. You don't have to lean on them all the time, but express what you're going through and let people support you. Allow the universe, God, whatever is higher than us, whatever you want to call it, let that come through other people, because that's how it's going to show up and that's how it's going to help you. That's how it's going to show you the strength that you have within yourself. Things are going to show up in an experience, whatever adversity you go through. Things are going to show up that you don't want to deal with. We could talk about medical bills. There's my one thing I don't want to do. And we get these emails from the Postal Service that say, here's what's coming in your delivery today. And I'm like, do I even want to look? I know there's going to be a medical bill in there. And I'm always like, I'm happy when I start seeing things like, just junk mail. It's like, hey, nobody from the medical world wants to hear from me. No insurance companies are saying anything to me. Yay. When things do show up, like a medical bill, deal with it. If it's something that hasn't been sent to insurance, boom, right back to them. Make sure that they deal with it, sending it to insurance. If it's something that you have to pay, just pay it. as fast as you can. Just deal with things as fast as you can and get them out of your, don't let things stack up like my stack of stuff I have to deal with. Things that you know, like a medical bill, or things like dealing with when somebody goes through difficult times like this, sometimes their emotional responses can be difficult. You know, obviously my husband has lost half of the use of his body, and his speech is not where he wants it to be, and he gets frustrated. And for the longest time, he was frustrated at hospitals and doctors and nurses and therapists, and he was mad at all of them and looked to me and said, "Get me out of here." And now that he's home and he doesn't have anything else to be mad at, he's mad at me. I don't respond. I know that it isn't about me. Sometimes it hurts, but I don't respond, just like with how I would have rather reacted to that anger 3 months ago. I don't respond to the hurt feelings. I watch them. I separate myself from those hurt feelings and I let them process through. I let them be what they need to be. And if I don't respond to them, they go away. And the next day, he's in a better space. He's doing much better. And I didn't respond. I didn't give meaning to that experience. I let it be his experience. I didn't let it be my experience. So for things that you don't want to magnify and deal with, let them pass. Medical bills you can't do that with quite so much, but things like emotional responses, don't let them, you are larger than your emotional responses. Emotions are, in a way, transient. Emotions show up to show us messages, but you are not emotions. And, you know, we need to change the way we communicate about emotions. So many times people say, "I am angry," but you're not, right? Because the anger goes away and you're still there. "I am happy." Happiness goes away and you're still there. You are not your emotions. They are transients to come in that, I don't know, trash the place sometimes, but they are messages that come in that are meaningful to you, that have a message for you. And the meaning you give those messages are very important. If you attach yourself to the emotions, though, and take action, sometimes, you know, difficult actions, you end up creating a cascading response to something that was going to just kind of flow by anyway. Being present, another coping strategy. And I talked a little bit about this before, but being present and not going into future fears or future hopes, and not assigning meaning to your present experience by things that you've experienced in the past, allows you to expand who you really are. And the experience, instead of being, you know, like this wall of things coming at you, or this wall of things before you, we bring them down into where they need to be. You are not smaller than the financial system. You are not at its mercy. You are bigger than money. You are bigger than health issues. You are bigger than any challenge that shows up in your life. You can handle this. Imagining, using our imaginal acts and making these experiences smaller helps us to claim that power, claim that inherent power that we are, so that we can have a better perspective with what we're dealing with. Because this is really all about our perspective. It's all about our perception of the events that are happening and the meaning we assign to it. This is how you overcome any adversity. This is how you overcome the goals that you'd like to achieve that seem insurmountable. Maybe you're 25 and you want to retire by the time you're 30 and it seems impossible. Make that goal smaller than you. Make that goal something that you can handle because you're bigger than it. And here's the secret. You're bigger than anything that shows up in your life. Let's start claiming that power so we don't have to attract in negative events to show us this. Everybody's going to tell you when you're going through adversity to take care of yourself. One of my friends in WordPress suggested that I start therapy, and I knew the therapist that I wanted to talk to. It's someone I've used in the past before. Actually, one of my husband's friends, my husband's therapist, and he's brilliant, wonderful human being. And I just reached out to him and said, I'm sorry that I have to be the one that tells you this news that Mark had a stroke, but I need to take care of me. And in one of my first sessions, I said, I don't know how to take care of me. I have been taking care of kids, other people's business, other people's stuff. I've been taking care of everything and everyone else for 20-something years. I don't know how to take care of me. And he had the perfect answer. The story you tell yourself is how you take care of you. You take care of you up here, and the rest will fall into place. Get therapy. Talk to someone. Talk to anyone. No matter how much it costs, the investments you make in yourself, in your mental health, in your sanity, in your strength, the redefining of the event that has shown up in your life. And if you can't find someone that's working for you, here's what I do. I take my dog in the morning and I take my phone and I put on voice memos and I imagine that I'm talking to someone, anyone, and I just record it and I never listen to it. I've got like 100 of them on here. I've done this for a long time, but I am in a lot of ways my own best therapist. I can talk to myself about anything. I don't have to be afraid of talking about anything at all into my phone. The only thing I need to worry about is the people who are in my neighborhood who think I'm the crazy lady that walks around in the dark in the mornings with her dog talking on the phone. Maybe the phone is just a crutch. Maybe I should just go talk to myself. And then the final thing that I want to talk about is, problems as a whole. Problems are always going to exist in your life. But every problem that shows up, whether it is an extraordinary health problem, the loss of a friend, the loss of a loved one, the loss of a job, the loss of anything, it's going to show up with a solution. It's showing up as a solution in a lot of ways. Before all of this happened, there were some issues that my husband and I were dealing with that I didn't have any answer to. And those are gone. Do I want those back to have him healthy again? Woulda, coulda, shoulda. You'll torture yourself forever with those types of things. But this problem that we have right now with getting him strong again and rehab has a solution. There are lots of solutions that are showing up. There are lots of solutions to problems that I didn't know that I had that are showing up. And another thing that shows up is gratitude. When I talk to you about, getting that email showing that I'm not getting a medical bill in the mail and having junk mail and feeling grateful for junk mail, finding gratitude in the smallest things expands. Things that I used to feel anger or frustration about, I now feel gratitude towards because they're here. When I thought I was losing Mark, I told him I didn't care about anything. I just wanted him here to please stay and to not leave. And I didn't care about anything. Just please stay. And he did. And for that, I am so grateful. Find the smallest thing and find gratitude and be present with that. And there you will find your power. Thank you.
Just wow. I just want to start by saying thank you for sharing this experience, especially now when everybody's going through so many challenges. Just if only one, but more, person says, it's not just me, there are other people struggling. And again, more than one, I'm certain, because a lot of people are struggling in their own ways. But certainly hats off to you for taking the time and pouring all that emotion out.
It was kind of hard to watch at first.
Well, only kind of. That must be an improvement. So first question, really important one. Ready? So how are you doing? Yes,
doing-
we put it in the banner.
I am doing so much better now that he's home and I don't have to drive to hospitals and deal with social workers and insurance. Now everybody comes to us. And so there's, rehab people who come and nurses who come, and he's medically stable. He's standing up. His speech is all starting to, it's almost like something turned a light on this past week. So, and they say, recovery isn't a straight line. It's, you have valleys and you have times when things really start turning around. So we're going through that this week. So it's a good week. He's not mad at me because I'm not, because he can't be mad at a hospital this week. This was recorded a couple weeks ago when it was kind of a rough week, but got through it, and look at me. I still have a smile on my face.
Well, good. I'm glad. Stay on that upswing. And if you didn't have people pulling for you before, you have even more people now, which I think leads into the next question from Chris.
Sure. Yeah, the next question, how did the WordPress community help you get through your trials?
Well, I didn't go. I just, I needed to let people know. So I just went on Facebook because it was just like the easiest thing to do, to just because I was dealing with so much when the event first happened and, we realized what we were dealing with. Just let people know I won't be on Facebook because this is going on, right? And so I did that. And so I have a community of people that I went to grade school with all the way up through the WordPress community. But there's a ton of WordPress people that I knew there. And then people that I work with, obviously, people that I have worked with, people that I've organized with, even people that I've just met at a booth at WordCamp, just kind of came all out of the woodwork. And the number of people that reach out to me on a regular basis to just check in and see how I'm doing. And sometimes I don't answer right away because it's crazy sometimes. But they do. And just knowing that people do care enough to reach out and just say, how are you doing? Not a major investment of time. There's some people who have made major investments in making sure that I'm okay. And those people are, amazing people in the WordPress community. It's part of what makes WordPress so special. But this community watches out for each other. I was on the receiving end of that. It is why I pitched the stock. I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to talk about. And honestly, I wasn't paying attention to deadlines. And so it was like, I got the email of and I'm organizing. I should have known better, but I had the date of the 17th in my mind. And I thought I had an extra week, but I was like, oh no, this has to be done tomorrow. So I did that all in one take. And I had been thinking about all of the things that I wanted to talk about. And I just let it pour out. And it was all in one take. And it was just whatever came out. But I think, I wanted to give back. I wanted to take the experience and everything that I had learned, everything that I had to learn. Because some of the lessons, that I just talked about were not easy ones. I had to really kind of look at myself and how I was responding to things and really kind of take stock of, is this a healthy way that I was responding to things? And how can I help myself respond to negative events in a more positive way that is more productive? So these events show up in everyone's lives. Not everybody's going to have, their spouse have a stroke, but everybody's going to show up with something. Something's going to show up as your wake-up call to really take stock of how you deal with things, how you approach things, how you handle things. And our goal with all of this is not to not to run away from it, to stand up to it and to deal with it, head on in a way that we say, we invite these experiences so that we can transform ourselves into who we really are. Because I really believe that every single person, no matter what shows up in their lives, they're ready for it. You have and it's so interesting because I'd start seeing signs of like, oh, well, this is why I went through, like what I talked about with my dog and dealing with him having cancer, being able to reframe that in my mind so that it wasn't so heartbreaking was a useful tool that I have from my past that I could bring forward. And, I have other things in my past that weren't helpful, but being able to take stock of that and to immediately make some decisions of what works and what doesn't. These events show up and really kind of drill into your soul what's important.
And so many people are really protective of this public persona. But in order to get the support you needed, you had to just put yourself out there. What do you have to say to people who are hesitant to share what they're going through?
Right. I mean, it's we're living in our Instagram world where everything's perfect, right? And everybody's on vacation in this beautiful place. And how many pictures of feet with a beach view do you see on Instagram? And everybody's living their best life, right? And then something shows up in your life and it's not your best life, right? And there is the ability to really be honest. And, I've made some of my Facebook, I should probably go make them all public, but I've made some of them public. They're not the prettiest things. I was angry in some of them. I was sad. I was distraught in some of them. But the people that showed up to just say, hey, you know what? You've got this and we've got you. Got me through it. Or, I didn't know that a friend that I went to college with, his wife is in Chicago, a stroke rehab person. And so he gave me some insight into, watch for these things and make sure you do this, and, and getting some advice that was actually useful, actionable things of what I was dealing with. Being able to just be vulnerable, not only, I do marketing. Being vulnerable and being very honest creates connections. And everybody right now, especially with what we've gone through in the last 2 years, they're craving human connection. They'll go through your FAQ on your website, your FAQ on your website, get all the answers, and they're still going to want to talk to someone because we are craving the human connection. And for you to be vulnerable and to allow that kind of connection to happen where somebody can say, you know what, I went through something like this too. It's extremely healing. I don't know if I had just kind of kept it to myself and what my family's going through a very private time right now, I don't know that I would have gotten through it in much the same way. I wouldn't have probably gotten therapy as quickly as I did. It was sort of like this perfect storm of, I'm going to start, taking care of myself. And then somebody making a Topher Drosia, actually, hey, have you thought about therapy? And I'm like, I'm going to do it. I know exactly who to talk to. And it was perfect storm, so being vulnerable opens up opportunities for the universe, for God, for humanity to take care of you. If you close down and keep it all inside of yourself, you are cutting yourself off from the connection that is going to heal you.
That's a good answer. We do have one audience question this time too from Meg Miller. And I think it might tie in a little bit what you're saying was, how do you avoid becoming an island when no one understands what you're going through and you can't talk to anyone?
That's a very, very good question. How do you not become an island? Because there's some things that happened that were very difficult that I didn't talk to anyone about. And honestly, they were very sensitive types of things. Some sensitive things happened just recently that it's just like, I want to respect, Mark's privacy. They're not necessarily public things to talk about, but they've been hard. They've been hurtful. And I have to kind of use that philosophy of not responding, not giving it attention, because where you place your attention expands, and there, it becomes this kind of feedback loop. So you feel an emotion, you feel hurt. So you think about why you're hurt, and then all of these thoughts start stacking up, trying to make sense of why you're hurt, because the ego's like, we need to protect ourselves from ever being hurt again. And you start telling yourself a story that makes you feel more hurt, and it becomes this feedback loop. So it's really helpful when you're going through something that is triggering a lot of emotions to remember that you are not emotions. They are transient. I am happy right now, angry a few weeks ago, sad maybe a month ago, but I didn't maintain those states that I experience are not me. They come in to teach us things, to show us where we need to go, mileposts on the journey of our life, but to not attach ourselves to them and to not think too much of them, because the season of your life is going to change, and the sun's going to come out tomorrow. And gosh, that sounds so trite. Am I going to break into song like a little orphan Annie? But it's going to get better. The emotions that you're feeling, that you feel that are now and so overwhelming, are going to go away if you turn your attention away from them. They'll eventually dissipate.
We have about 4 minutes and a few more questions. So I'd love to go to this one from Jenny McKinnon. And yes, I'm playing favorites in case we don't have time for all of them. Well, I like 2 of them. Okay, I like all of them. What helps you stay in the moment and feel safe and okay in that moment? Do you remind yourself, or is there something else that you do?
Okay, yeah, there's 2 things that I do. First of all, breathing in a shorter breath. So like count to 4, breathe in, hold it for 4, and then breathe out like 8, or however long you can, longer than you breathe in. That will relax you. And then the other thing is to like pick a point off in the distance that you can stare at, and then go into peripheral vision while you're breathing, and that will bring in the present moment. It will relax you, and that's where your power is, because your brain will slow down, the thoughts will slow down, the emotions will start to lose their animation as you focus on that presence. So those 2 things really work.
Great. Do you want to do the next one, Chris, or should I keep talking?
Sure. Why don't you take another one from anyone you want?
Okay.
I'm not sure where we left off.
And I like this one too from Jenny McKinnon. Again, thank you to everyone who's chiming in on the questions. But how do you communicate your difficulties to people who don't understand how difficult it really is? Because you've talked about support. What do you do with the other people?
They cease to exist. I have some family members who I had to take a break from. What becomes important to you and what becomes your focus becomes very crystal clear when you're in a stressful situation, and you put yourself first. I'm a caregiver. I have a stack of people who are taken care of before I get taken care of, but you put what you have to take care of. Those people don't matter. In the grand scheme of things, they just need to step aside, and however that works, you need to focus on, put your attention on the people who are giving you the support that you need, put your attention on yourself, and it'll work out.
Now, what if and I love this, what if there's a difficult person you can't ignore?
A difficult, like
I'm not talking about you, but let's say someone works for a company and they just don't get what they're going through. Do you have any insight into what someone caught in that situation can do? I'm sorry to throw you for a loop, but I feel like not everybody has the luxury of ignoring the difficult people.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one. Honestly, The thing to remember is no one is bigger than you. In your life experience, no one is going to have more control over the experience. Stand up for yourself. If someone is demanding that you must do something or says hurtful things because you have to take care of something in your life, and they're saying, no, you have to do this, but stand up for yourself. Your life comes first. Your health, your wealth is secondary to your health. Because I'll tell you right now, you can have all the money in the world, but if you don't have your health, and that includes emotional, mental, spiritual, physical, your health, you can't enjoy your wealth. So if they're dangling this carrot of money over your head and saying you must do all of these things or you will not have money, you have to put your health first, because that money will come back to you in spades if you put yourself first. How's that?
That's
Only
perfect.
believe it.
Excellent.
No, that I really think is perfect and such a powerful way to wrap this one. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks
Kathy.
for having me. Yeah, and donate to Big Orange Heart. Donate to the wherever the donation links are. This is a great initiative. Without this, so many other people would have major issues. This initiative really supports people who are going through hard times. So if you have a spare $1 or $2, please donate.
Agreed. Well, thanks again, Kathy. And thanks to our sponsors, Bluehost, Cloudways, GoDaddy Pro, Nexus, Yoast, and Weglot. Please be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. You might even win some prizes. Don't forget to get your photo snapped in the photo booth and tweet it out with the WordFest Live hashtag. And also thank you to our media partners and our micro sponsors. In the community tent in the next hour, we have Cloudways has their Krayler Made tent takeover with Christian Taylor. And join Nexus with a chance to win some prizes. You all make a big, I got all the way to the end of this script. You all make our big orange hearts full. Thank you. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
My website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Do you know the Yoast Seo Plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We try to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls, it's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
know the Yoast Seo Plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We tried to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Oh great, my website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls, it's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
We're back.
Welcome back to WordFest Live.
Woo-hoo.
Our lightning talks are up next. We'll watch them both and do a live Q&A with the presenters at the end. First up is Elaine Schlesser with the cost of contribution. Elaine is a freelance software engineer, WordPress consultant, and Google developers expert in web technologies living in Germany. He is the maintainer of WP-CLI, the command line interface for WordPress, and he works on WordPress core itself as a contributor and component maintainer. Right now, he works with XWP and Google to bring great automated page experience optimizations to everyone.
Then you'll see Sally Thune with A Rookie's Reflection, my first year journey with WordPress and accessibility. Several years ago, Sally moved into digital marketing after a long career in broadcast entertainment and sales marketing. She now works with AAAtrack.com to help businesses protect themselves from unscrupulous accessibility lawsuits while concurrently running Sally, I love this, SA11Y, Gun Digital Marketing. Over the past 18 months, she has been studying accessibility, which has been on her heart for a few years. Sally feels privileged to help make the web more inclusive and is grateful to all the accessibility advocates leading the way. Born and raised in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, Sally has lived in Ottawa and Toronto, Ontario, Antigonish, Nova Scotia, and White Rock, British Columbia, before moving to Los Angeles. Yes, another Angelino, just like me. She loves to cook, volunteer, do puzzles, and spoil her dog Cleo, and RIP Patra, when not a digital and accessibility sponge. So 2 great talks, and we will see you in a bit.
Oh, hey there. Sorry about that. I was working on a pull request just now, and I guess I just lost track of time. Now, where was I? Right, the cost of contribution. Now, before I head into the meat of the topic, let me start off with a short story about myself. Summer of 2014. I was just switching careers from a government agent to a freelance web developer, and I chose WordPress as I thought it would be my best bet to get started quickly. And as I was hacking away at my client side, I made extensive use of the WordPress codex. So I don't know if everyone knows about the WordPress codex. It has been slowly phased out recently, but it was at the time the official documentation of the WordPress project and how to develop with it. So what I found was that the WordPress codex was vast and detailed and also very raw sometimes. So I thought to myself, I should blog about this and share some of the best practices that I know with the rest of the WordPress space. Then, as I fleshed out more of the project, I hid bugs in WordPress core. Looking at WordPress core track, the ticketing system, the bug tracker of WordPress, I found out that these bugs were already known and they had existing fixes already, but they hadn't yet been integrated. Nobody found the time to test them properly, to review them, and that has been going on for that particular bug for 3 to 8 years or so. So I thought to myself, I should contribute to WordPress core to help make progress faster on these types of tickets, to get the bugs fixed that I need for my work. That way of slowly and gradually slipping into contribution is probably something that a lot of you are familiar with. After a while, I started questioning my choice of WordPress. You see, it was not exactly the development tool that I had hoped it to be, because it prioritizes end users over developers, and rightly so, as you can see from its success. But for me as a developer, that meant that everything required more effort than needed. And just as I was considering switching, I experienced the one thing that has been keeping me in this space for the entire time: the WordPress community. It's a community full of passionate and inspiring people, and when you come into contact with them for the first time, it can be very intoxicating. I was immediately hooked, but with time, I noticed more and more that this highly inspiring and addictive environment did have a negative long-term effect on some of its community members. I witnessed stress, anxiety, and burnouts amongst its contributors, and a lot of churn in general. So I wondered why such a seemingly positive environment and a noble common cause could have such a bad outcome for some people. I believe that all of this can be traced back to a very simple root cause: cost. Everything we do comes with a cost attached. Oftentimes it's the combination of several costs, like the cost of energy to operate your body and your mind, the cost of opportunity for not doing something else instead, or the financial cost for travel and accommodation to attend an event, and so on and so forth. The best way to cover cost in general is money. It is the tool best fit for the job, as it can be easily traded for other resources, and it is neither intrinsically valuable nor scarce on its own. It is simply an exchange mechanism for offsetting costs against each other in an asynchronous way. Now, in open source projects, a lot of people are not paid for their contributions and they don't receive money to cover their costs. What they usually trade instead is time. But time is a much more scarce resource, and it cannot be amassed or regained. And if you overdo it, you're spending that time that was meant to go into your family or into your health instead, with devastating long-term effects. So, why is it that we tend to keep contributing, even to the point of hurting ourselves? The main driving force behind this is our natural tendency towards pro-social behavior. On one hand, this is deeply ingrained within us, as caring for the group means the chances of survival of that same group are higher, a fundamental evolutionary mechanism. But pro-social behavior is also rooted in a principle called reciprocity. There is a hot debate going on for a while now about whether true altruism actually does exist. But most researchers seem to agree that when we help someone, we ultimately do it for what we get back in return. This can be a direct benefit, like gratitude or recognition, but it can also be a more subconscious reward, like helping being the fastest way to escape an uncomfortable situation, for example. Whether we actually decide to help or not is then a matter of a subconscious cost-benefit analysis of the situation. Is the return we get from helping more valuable than the cost we need to invest? So wouldn't that mean that we only contribute as long as the returns outweigh the costs we invest? That we automatically stop contributing when we overdo it or when we are hurting ourselves? Unfortunately, it is not that simple, and there are many other factors at play. When we help, our body produces serotonin, making us happy about what we did to encourage this behavior. Remember, the evolution is at play here. This can lead to an addiction commonly known as helper's high, where people simply cannot stop helping, even to their own detriment, always chasing the next helper's high. There's another psychological effect that lets us constantly compare ourselves to our social surroundings and derive our self-esteem from how we perceive those social comparisons. Seeing other people contribute motivates us to contribute as well. Seeing other people contribute even more motivates us to try even harder to match this. Also, within a given group, people tend to strive for conformity, trying to adhere to whatever the social norm seems to be for that group. And what's even worse, if no expectation was explicitly set to define this norm, the group members will deduce it from the perceived behavior of the group. This leads to situations where volunteer contributors, besides their regular day job, try to match the output of professional full-time contributors, because that is what they perceive as the norm in Slack. They are simply unaware of the large majority of people that can only be seen on Slack every few weeks or even months. Considering all of these psychological factors makes it even more important to talk about sustainability in open source contributions. People need to be aware of the costs involved and what it means to contribute to something without hurting yourself or your family in the process. Let us work on destigmatizing the money topic in the open source space, as it is the best bet we have for making this work sustainably in the long run. It is not heroic or laudable to do too much or to burn out. We don't need a rotation of martyrs to churn through. All we need is a constant accumulation of reasonable and sustainable efforts. And please, if you have the feeling that someone is doing too much or that they are putting too much pressure on themselves, absolutely do talk to them and address the issue. Who knows? Maybe they just weren't aware that they are chasing the wrong norm to conform to. Thank you so much for listening. Take care.
Do you know the Yoast Seo Plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We try to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls, it's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Oh great, my website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Thanks for joining me. I'm Sally, and I'm here to share my journey into accessibility in WordPress to hopefully inspire the same purpose and passion that the selfless WordPress and accessibility community has inspired in me. I also want to show you that it is never too late or too early, no matter how many years you've been on this earth, to change careers or start something new. If I can do it, so can you. I'll also provide some resources to help you start your own path to help make the web accessible and inclusive for all. I live in Central California, but grew up in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, and come from an entrepreneurial family, even though I spent most of my career in broadcast entertainment. My grandfather actually opened up the first movie cinema in Montreal in 1905, and then started a huge chocolate factory with 6 stores, kind of like See's Candy, called Cleopatra Chocolates, who I named my dogs after. You can see Cleo is on the right and Patra is on the left, who unfortunately crossed over to the Rainbow Bridge 2.5 years ago. So just before Christmas this year, we unexpectedly welcomed a big puppy, Emma Noel, who was dumped in the country backside. Emma is short for Emmanuel, and Noel is French for Christmas, as she was our surprise Christmas present. So now I have an 8-pound and an 80-pound dog. Interesting times. But she has re-energized Cleo, my 15-and-a-half-year-old Min Pin Yorkie, and you can see how he loves to steal her treats and eat her food, so I never know what I'm going to find in my bed each night. Prior to COVID, I had my own digital marketing agency and was doing well. And then COVID hit all our worlds and turned everything upside down. I took a few digital marketing classes to enhance my skills, and my teacher always talked about LDT, learn, do, and teach. At this point, I had not heard of a WordCamp, a WAPU, or GitHub. I had heard of a meetup and accessibility, but I wasn't exactly sure what they were all about. And I don't want to assume that everyone here is aware of digital accessibility. Just like the Americans with Disabilities Act, also known as the ADA, it provides guidelines for physical access. An accessible website allows people living with disabilities, of which there's 1 in 5 worldwide, to use their assistive technology to access the web. Web accessibility is also about removing barriers. The global pandemic brought the importance and lack of accessibility to the forefront, causing a sudden pivot to digital-only services almost overnight. Unfortunately, this left many people without access. My learning journey began when I attended my first meetup in Bakersfield, California, with Mr. Mike Pilley. I asked about accessibility, and he said, well, funny you ask, as we have a special guest here tonight, Mr. Joe Simpson Jr. from the Santa Clarita meetup. Joe told me about the upcoming WordPress Meetup Accessibility Day Camp that was to take place that Saturday, where 3 of the meetups from Northern California of Los Angeles teamed up. Well, that Saturday, August 20th, 2020, my accessibility journey began, and I was so excited. Halfway through, I was hooked. I felt something had been missing from digital marketing, and I did not realize it until I discovered accessibility. I found my purpose and my passion. And even though I didn't understand all of it that day, it made a lot more sense the more classes that I took. So I dove deeper, well, actually headfirst, to learn all I could about accessibility, which you may sometimes see abbreviated as A11Y because there's 11 letters between the letter A and Y. So my learning started with the EDX Introduction to Web Accessibility course that Sumner Davenport recommended. And I love this course because it gives you an overview of how people living with disabilities interact with technology. Courses are also offered through DQ University, the American with Disabilities Act, Level out of the Netherlands, and Google now offers a free web advanced accessibility course, and Nobility offers courses as well. Conferences are another great way to learn. DQ University has AxCon this month. Nobility has their Access U conference coming up in May, and accessibility.com has monthly conferences throughout the year. I really enjoyed my webinars at Oklahoma Able Tech as well. And of course, you can check all the universities, and the University of Minnesota provides a list of every conference and webinar, which is really cool. And all these resources have links in the slides. There's podcasts, 125 accessibility meetups, and groups to join on LinkedIn and Facebook. A lot of resources are out there to help you get started, and Twitter and LinkedIn have lively conversations as well. So now that I've been learning, it was time to do. Excuse me. And I asked Joe Simpson Jr., who I now call my guiding light, how he could get involved, and he introduced me to the organizers for the Los Angeles WordCamp 2020. I joined in a little late as the volunteer wrangler, but everyone was so welcoming and gracious. To those in the WordPress community, thank you so much. You guys were just incredible. You don't judge, as we're all at different levels, and all you want to do is share your knowledge and skills to help us become better. I'm very grateful for that, and LAX 2020 was a lot of fun meeting tremendous people. After that, I asked my guiding light, Joe, and said, Joe, I really want to put my new accessibility skills to the test. What can I do? Well, he introduced me to the organizers from WordPress Accessibility Day, which was a 24-hour marathon in October 2020 of everything accessibility. You can visit the link on the screen, wordpressaccessibilityday.org, and review all of the past webinars. I was fortunate to meet Joe Dolson, who was one of the co-organizers and a huge accessibility advocate and leader in this community. He said they needed help writing blogs, which was great because I love writing content. So I wrote the blogs for all the sponsors who were wonderful to work with. So during this time, I was still attending a lot of meetups, and Sumner Davenport from the San Fernando Valley Meetup, which is now the new Accessibility Web and WordPress Meetup, which is also eligible for the International Association of Accessibility Professionals, or IAAP credits for their certification, told us about Knowbility's annual air rally, the Accessibility Internet Air Rally, which is usually in October. I really wanted to enter to be able to work on a web accessible website from start to finish. As our team was full, I signed up as an individual. I was teamed with these fabulous ladies, Renu and Carmina from Texas, and we call ourselves the Digital Diversity Divas. Well, we're not really divas, but we just wanted to have fun with the name. Our mentor was Heron Hentry from Australia, and she was such a blessing, full of knowledge, encouraging, and helped us get past that finish line. Our nonprofit was Uniform Meditation, who offers meditation to first responders and frontline workers. And we just love their concept, which made it even more fun to work on. There are misconceptions that websites can't be pretty or they're ugly if they're accessible. Well, that's really not true. Here's our site, and I beg to differ. Now, of course, I could be a little biased, but as you can see, the opening page is really beautiful and evokes that calm sense that they wanted to portray. On January 3rd, 2021, Knowbility announced the winners out of 31 international teams. When they announced the winners, we were completely shocked. We never expected to win anything, as we entered to have fun, enhance our skills, and meet great people. And as you can see, we won 3rd place. This just confirmed that I could do this and that I was on the right path. Volunteering is a great way to do or give back, enhance, or learn new skill sets. I've met more incredible people by volunteering that I might never have otherwise met. Knowbility is always looking for volunteers, so check their websites for projects. Air Rally 2022 will be coming up in October. Watch their website, knowbility.org, in August, when registration usually opens. And I came across Taproot, who pairs volunteers with nonprofits that need help on a project basis and can't afford to pay people. And of course, there's your local nonprofits. So with everyone at home, volunteering really helped keep me sane as I made new friends from around the world, and that wouldn't have been possible pre-COVID. To all the accessibility advocates who have been doing this way before me, thank you for paving the way for us newcomers, and I look forward to the opportunity to work together. Also, a thank you to the companies that put on a lot of courses at no charge and for a reduced fee. So after our rally, Joel invited me to be on the organizing team for Santa Clarita WordCamp 2021. It was a different experience coming in at the beginning compared to coming in towards the end. It was very eye-opening to see how a WordCamp is put together, and it gave me another opportunity to learn new skills. It also allowed me to work with everyone as a team, as with LAX 2020. As many of us here are freelancers or independent contractors, and we are used to working by ourselves remotely. So every path that you travel may have a disappointment. Mine was learning about overlays or overblaws, which are a quick fix or one line of code to supposedly make websites accessible. They actually make the user experience worse and not better. Sumner stresses to spend our time in educating companies about the value of accessible websites. If you're going to talk the talk, please walk the walk. Build an accessible website and be an example to what you are preaching. Carl Groves, who is a major accessibility advocate, is very vocal against overblaws, as so many others in the community. He created 2 websites, overlayfactsheet.com, of which I'm proud to be signature number 304, and Overlay False Claims, that are very informative. I won't go through them, but please take the time to learn the truth. In the US, many business owners are being blindsided with demand letters, stating their websites are not accessible. Overblaws actually puts them more at risk. In fact, Google searches for demand letters increased 62% in 2021. So now that I've learned and done, it's time to teach. And I know enough to educate people about accessibility without going too deep into the technical trenches. I've had the privilege to educate future digital marketing students and many digital marketing agencies, including a wonderful woman named Karen, who is going to start offering accessibility services by selling overlays. Once she understood the truth, she stopped. We need more business owners like Karen. Excuse me. This chart from WebAIM is their annual study, which shows 97.4% of home pages had weak tag failures, with the main one being color contrast. Usually it's the typical light text on a light background. So I won't go into WCAG because that's a whole other area. But what does this mean? It means that we've got a lot of work ahead of us to educate so people living with disabilities can be independent. Then Air Rally 2021 came around again. I posted about open registration on my LinkedIn page, and Nobility said they had their highest registrations for individuals, mainly because of my post, which was also my highest number of views. I was surprised. You never know how much you can motivate people. Then Nobility reached out to see if I want to be a mentor. At this point, I still do not feel comfortable mentoring a team on my own, as I still have so much technical items to learn. I asked if I could co-mentor, and I chose my mentor, Sumner Davenport. We were paired with 4 incredibly talented team members who called themselves Access Hippos, as their nonprofit was best for brain injury survivors. Sumner was such a huge help through this, as she has a ton of experience and knowledge, with the team affectionately calling her Allie Einstein. So we won second place. And as much fun as it was, I realized how much I still have to learn. Thankfully, accessibility is a journey. So wishing I was further along in my journey, I came across a tweet in January from Big Orange Heart, the nonprofit that WordFest 2020 is supporting here. Don't worry if your journey doesn't feel like constant forward motion. Some days you step backwards, some days you inch forward, some days you stand still. We all do. But look back over the course of a year and see how far you've come. Be proud of yourself. You're amazing. So after seeing this timely message, I felt much better because, again, accessibility is a journey. I had to take breaks from webinars, and life happens, which slows down the learning. Sometimes when I'm feeling unmotivated or down, I would pull out a poem that I found in my father's books after he died when I was 12. It's called It's All in the State of Mind, author unknown. Some of the words that stand out to me are, if you think you'll be beaten, you are. If you think you dare not, you don't. Many a race is over before it's even run. Life's battle doesn't always go to the faster, stronger man, but sooner or later, the man who wins is the fellow who thinks that he can. And this always motivates me, and I hope it helps you as well. And I have to mention my Auntie Lizzie, who always said to me, we're not here to see through each other, but to see each other through. And I love this because it really summarizes what accessibility is all about. Unfortunately, we lost her this last fall. So here we are, 18 months later, and I share this slide because I never would have expected to experience so many wonderful moments when I started my WordPress and accessibility journey. When you follow your heart, great things can happen. And being nominated as a Yoast Care Fund recipient blew me away, as I'm still new to this community. So last summer, I had a milestone birthday and was starting over when many of my friends were retiring. To be honest, it was hard on the psyche, but discovering and diving into accessibility gave me purpose and a direction. And it also led me to a new opportunity as head of US partnerships and sales with AAAtrack.com, an award-winning insurtech company who mitigates ADA risk. One thing that really upset me during my studies was how innocent businesses were being served demand letters. AAA-Track educates companies while providing insurance and protection, and to date, not one of our clients has received a demand letter. It is a dream come true and more than I ever could have imagined. I can help businesses get ahead of these demand letters and educate them on accessibility at the same time. So my next goals are to finish my accessible WordPress website, complete all my courses at DQ, which I started to become IAP certified, and I've been inspired by the WordPress developers to enhance my developer skills, and full site editing will hopefully make that easier. I also joined the WordPress Accessibility Day 2022 organizing team coming this November with amazing accessibility advocates. And here are a few of those advocates to follow to get you started in no particular order. There are many more which you will find along your journey. Here are some dates of significance in the community. and a few more resources. So I want to just thank you for your time again and appreciate you for being here. The pandemic was hard, but there were many positives, and I wouldn't be here standing stronger today, empowered with new skills and knowledge to teach accessibility properly, if not for my accessibility mentors, the connections I've made along the way, and new friends, and all the advocates who have fed into me and everyone else. I can't wait to meet all my new friends in person one day and give them a huge hockey hug. I hope you're inspired and encouraged to take your first step towards accessibility. Go out there, have fun, don't give up, and make a difference to do your part to help make the world and the web accessible for all. So here's my contact information, and I look forward to seeing you in the accessibility community. Bye-bye.
Hey all, welcome back. We have music going.
We're celebrating the end of a wonderful event as it wraps down. Winds down. There we go.
There we go. All righty, welcome back everybody. We have Elaine and we have Sally here for some questions. I'm going to start them in as much order as we have for the next few minutes to get through. Elaine, the first question I have is for you, and it's, what was your most rewarding WordPress bug?
The most rewarding WordPress bug? Oh, that is an interesting question. I think the most rewarding one probably was one where I had major performance issues in some more obscure parts, and they were drastically resolved after fixing it, but I can't really remember any particular details about that. I know that sometimes you end up fixing a very small thing and it has surprisingly big side effects. So sometimes you really get positive surprises. But I have trouble coming up with something more detailed than that.
That's fair. I always struggle with those questions myself. Deborah, you want to take the next question?
I do. This one is for Sally, and it comes from Jenny McKinnon. With your perspective of starting with accessibility, what's one step you recommend people take now?
Excuse me. So I really strongly recommend the first course by W3C called the EDX course. It's free, and there's the link to it in the resource. It takes about 20 hours, but it gives you an idea of how people with different disabilities use technology, assistive technology. So it helps you understand further on down the road why you're doing what you're doing, all the modifications to work with those, the technology that they use. And then I would find a mentor, get into a group. There's so many meetups. You get to know everyone in there, and they're just so helpful and encouraging.
Fantastic. Such an important topic. I mean, it's always been valuable, but now I think more than ever, since all we do is connect this way. So good for you for spreading that important message. I think we've got time for one more question for each. So Chris, your turn to pick one.
Sure. Go back to Elaine. We'll just kind of swap back and forth here. Another Jenny McKinnon question. What's one thing we can all do now to help us shift into more balance when it comes to being generous with time?
Yeah, so in general, the issue is a lot about the expectations that people do have. So I think one important first step would be to more specifically and more explicitly talk about the expectations that the project puts forth towards towards volunteers. So not the people that are being paid by a company to work on WordPress, but really, if you join the project as a fresh volunteer, you should have a sense of what is expected of you, what the project would love to see you do, and what the project would want you to avoid. Because right now these expectations are not clearly communicated, and as I noted in my talk, that leads to people, volunteers mimicking the paid full-time contributors. So a very important first step would be to communicate these expectations clearly.
Excellent answer. Thank you.
Okay, Sally, you ready for one more?
Sure.
What's the first step for someone who received a message saying that their site isn't accessible? So for those companies, what do they need to do first to be able to be presentable for everyone, usable for everyone?
So hopefully, the person will tell them what is not working on their site. And hopefully they will then have their developer team learn how to do it. Or there are many amazing agencies out there that will help you remediate your site. And, there's 3 things that we call them the low-hanging fruit that are the easiest failures or errors to fix. And that's alt text. For people who are blind or low vision and can't see a picture, it's describing it, so the screen reader will read it out to them. The other thing is making your links more useful. Instead of doing read more or click here, when a screen reader reads out the links like a list, it will say click here, click here, click here. So you don't know where each link is clicking to. So be more descriptive. Click here to learn more about our special offer this month. So at least then they'll know where they're going to. And then the other one is your label forms to make sure, and that gets a little bit more technical with area and whatnot, which I'm still learning. So when they enter into their information into the forms, they know what's expected of them. Because many times with when people were with the lockdown, everyone went online, and when they had to fill forms to order items or food or whatnot, the forms weren't accessible and they weren't able to complete their purchases. So, and then also if you're doing videos, I did caption my video, spent hours on it, and I apologize, I don't know why it didn't play, but it's very important to caption your videos for those who have low hearing or that are deaf. But the other great thing is that 80% of people will watch videos on social media with the sound off. So you're reaching more people. And then accessibility is also great for SEO because you have more fresh content on your site, which the search engines love to crawl.
And I'm glad you mentioned that last point. Everything you're saying, it makes it more accessible, but it also makes your website better. So really, it's win-win-win all around.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic. I wish we had more time to chat with you all, but we need to wrap this party, don't we, Chris?
I think we do. You want to take the closing remarks, Deborah?
I would be happy to. Our thanks to our sponsors, Bluehost, Cloudways, GoDaddy Pro, Nexus, Yoast, and Weglot. Please be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. You might even win some prizes. And don't forget to get, probably a few more minutes left for this, to get your photo snap in the photo booth and tweet it out with the WordFest Live hashtag. And thank you to our media partners and our micro sponsors in the community tent. We have Cloudways in their hourly giveaway and special activity, and Nexus with a chance to win. That's nearly a wrap for another edition of WordPress Live. We're going to be joining stage 1 now as Dan Mabey, WordFest Live lead, and the rest of the team deliver their closing remarks. Last line, take it away, Chris.
Woohoo!
No, you make all of our
Close
big
my
orange hearts.
tab. I closed my tab.
You
when I
all
came here,
make
I
our
lost it.
big. You all make our big orange hearts fall.
I've missed this line on every talk today, y'all. Sorry. I just
No, you
can't get
said
it.
them a last one, so I was sure. It's been a pleasure, Chris. Thank you.
Thank you
for your
all.
time today, and our wonderful speakers are fantastic. And I guess let's go to Dan.
Cheers.
Do you know the Yoast Seo Plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We try to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls. It's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Oh great, my website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.